beats. It's the midnight train. Let's ride. It's the midnight train. We just wanna escape and get away. Let's ride. Try to find a new place, start a new life, embrace the new day. It's cold outside and I can't change the weather. We reap what we sow when we knit our own sweater. I spit to make it better, give my best in this session. Live free of stress and embrace the blessing of life. Checking mics and getting paid to bring it nice. When the bills stack up, sometimes I think twice. Is the place where I'm at the place I should be? Should I move somewhere new or wait patiently? And I'm a patient man with no false expectations. I used to kick freestyles at the train station, just a passenger passing through cities and states, facing the struggle, not trying to escape.
Doing my thing, hip-hop, constantly. Let the hook remind you.
Let's ride, it's the midnight train. We just wanna escape and get away. Let's ride, try to find a new place, start a new life, embrace the new day. Let's ride, it's the midnight train. We just wanna escape and get away. Let's ride. Try to find a new place, start a new life, embrace the new day.
Yeah, I walk through the desert storm up in my heart, kid. Every step restriction, can't bring myself to stop yet. Behind every shadow and false smile comes a monster. But I'ma be here for tomorrow just to taunt ya. This ain't the greater the goal, the bigger the struggle. I got these dreams full of gold, but it's hard for me to trust you. Constantly considering packing up and hopping the train. Racking my brain for just one reason to stay. Leaving a blaze of glory or fading to haste. With only minutes to midnight, there's decisions to make now. When innocence breaks down, it's always the same sound. Lost in this rain shower, needing an escape route. Doing my thing, hip-hop, constantly. Let the hook remind you.
It's the midnight train. We just wanna escape and get away. Let's ride. Try to find a new place, start a new life, embrace the new day. Let's ride. It's the midnight train. We just wanna escape and get away. Let's ride. Try to find a new place, start a new life, embrace the new day. My suitcase is full and I'm headed out the door. Where they go bring me, take it back to the basics. The foundation of rhyming was love for the art, and the love was the main motivation. Practicing and traveling and soaking it in, and pouring it back out through my ink pen. I'm thinking about leaving again, hitting the road on some I'm gon' rock 100 shows this year. Play college now, I'm going pro this year. Show the whole world how I flow this year. This is just an intermission. Before I enter the mission, I stay in intercession to survive at this intersection.
Doing my thing, hip-hop, constantly. Let the hook remind you.
Let's ride, it's the midnight train. We just wanna escape and get away. Let's ride. Try to find a new place, start a new life, embrace the new day. Let's ride. It's the midnight train. We just wanna escape and get away. Let's ride. shame. It moves to completely seep into my bones and veins. Still feel you feeling me. I can't seem to release this pain that you've planted inside me. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You can take this from me, but you won't watch me bleed. You won't watch me bleed. Still feel you feeling me. I can't seem to find peace. I can't let go. Every time you lose control, it's another blood I hold. 20 seconds twisted slow. So get the fuck out. It takes some time to realize it's not your fault. It took me time, my whole damn life, to find the power that's in my hands. To find the power, to find the power that's in my hands.
Show me your heart and show me your soul, and I'll take you somewhere only I know. Make me your wish, oh, make me your dreams. I'll show you nothing but love. I'll give you all that you need. I wanna see the sea, but amazingly, I'm too scared of water, too scared of water. And I hope that one day you'll find me again. We can run to the top of the mountain. So if I took you back to the place where we first met, would you fall in love all over? Would you fall in love once all over again? So if I took you back to the moment you met me, would you smile like our first kiss? Would you remember when you fell in love with me? Just give me a hand and we'll run far from here, away from curfews you have and all those things you hold dear. It would be stupid to throw it away, so let's get out on this boat and stop your crying for days. I wanna see the sea, but amazingly, I'm too scared of water, too scared of water. And I hope that one day you'll find me again. We can run to the top of the mountains. So if I took you back to the place where we first met, would you fall in love all over? Would you fall in love once all over again? So if I took you back to the moment you met me, would you smile like our first kiss? Would you remember when you fell in love with me? Show me all you know. Tell me what you know, and show me your love. Show me all you know. Tell me what you know, and show me your love. No, we don't have to go far. All we need is to try hard. No, we don't need to be clear. We need our best thoughts out there. We need escape from here. So if I took you back to the place where we first met, would you fall in love all over? Would you fall in love once all over again? So if I took you back to the moment you met me, would you smile like our first kiss? Would you remember when you fell in love with me? Show me all you know. Tell me what you know, and show me your love. Show me all you know. Tell me this be another night to tie around my bed at night? I know I've lost the fight to erase your face, my mind. Awake, I lie here staring up beyond the sky.
Try to do bad, all it does Yeah. coming. Hello, all. Interrupting this whole 24-hour, 30-day live stream. I will be listening in to actually something else. Let's see. How far back are we going? Okay, right here.
Today's lesson comprises physical growth, emotional and attachment
well.
development, and temperament. We shall just
There we go.
commence and call it physical and emotional development. In the previous lesson, we focused on prenatal environmental influences, conception and childbirth, and now we will commence with how the infant further develops in terms of their physical growth that entails changes in body size,
Yep.
body proportions, changes in muscle and fat makeup, and skeletal growth. Small children develop gross motor skills and many techniques or tasks that focus on helping them develop their gross and fine motor skills. Further to their physical growth, a young child's brain also continues developing, and this will also be addressed in this lesson. Further to this, we will address factors that impact on physical growth, and then we will commence with speaking about emotional development, attachment, and temperament. I hope you enjoy this lesson with me and that you find it insightful. For this lesson, we have 3 core objectives. Firstly, we will address physical growth and brain development. Secondly, we will discuss in length the young child's emotional development. And finally, I will delineate temperament and emphasize the importance of attachment. This is the start of our lesson. I can't wait to share all the knowledge that the field of psychology provides us with in terms of a child's physical growth, emotional development, its temperament, and how important attachment relationships are. Let us start our lesson. Dear students, as you know, I can get very nostalgic sometimes. This quote by Dr. Seuss is so inspiring to me. You probably know it. But Dr. Seuss says to a child that you have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself any direction you choose. You're on your own and you know what you know. And you are the one who'll decide where to go. We are talking about child development. Always remember that your child is different from other children and even different from you. They will develop in their own ways and at their own time, with our loving guidance, of course. Let us be inspiring to our children, giving them the love, care, and attention that they so much need to develop into healthy adolescents and adults to one day make the right decisions for them. Class, we will commence with speaking about physical growth and brain development in young infants first. Let's consider physical growth for a while. Compared with other animals, primates and humans both experience prolonged periods of growth. This prolonged physical immaturity serves a function. It keeps children dependent on their parents and other caregivers for helping them develop and acquire the knowledge and skills essential for life in a complex world. In terms of the cause of physical growth, we will discuss changes in body size, changes in body proportion, changes in muscle fat makeup, skeletal growth, gains in motor skills, and hormonal influences on physical growth. Changes in body size are the most obvious signs of growth in a child. During infancy, such changes are rapid, with the height of the infant having increased by 50% by the end of its first year. By the second year, the change in height has increased by 75%. In terms of weight, by the age of 5 months, birth
I
weight
have
has
none.
generally doubled and tripled by the age of 1 year, and quadrupled by the age of 2. After the age of 2, growth gradually slows down when children add approximately 2 to 3 inches in height and 5 pounds in terms of weight each year. A child's body parts do not always grow at the same rate. After birth, for example, the body and chest dominate the body size of the infant, followed by the lower part of the body that picks up speed in growth. Physical growth during infancy and childhood follows the proximo-distal trend, growth from the center of the body outwards. The head, chest, and trunk grow first, and then the arms and legs, and finally the hands and feet. This changes during puberty. In puberty, the hands, legs, and feet accelerate first, followed by the torso, which accounts for much of the adolescent's growth in height. This pattern helps us understand why some adolescents often seem to be out of proportion in their physical appearance, being long legged with giant hands and feet. During infancy and childhood, girls and boys have similar body proportions, but during adolescence, things change. This is because of the influence of sex hormones. We will discuss puberty in lesson 6 of this module, so look out for further information on puberty in that lesson. As you've learned in the previous lesson, body fat, which lies just beneath the skin, increases during the last few weeks of pregnancy and continues to increase beyond birth, reaching a peak at approximately 9 months of age. This is usually called baby fat and helps the infant keep a constant body temperature. As from the second year and into middle childhood, most toddlers slim down, losing their baby fat. Girls have more body fat at birth than boys, a difference that persists into the early school years and then magnifying. At about the age of 8, girls start to add more fat on their arms, legs, and trunk, and they continue to do so until adolescence, while the arm and leg fat of adolescent boys decrease. Muscles start accumulating slowly throughout infancy and childhood, with a dramatic rise during adolescence. Both genders gain a lot of muscle during adolescence, but the increase is 150% greater in boys who develop larger skeletal muscles, heart and lung capacity. Also, the number of red blood cells increases for boys and not for girls, therefore enabling the carrying of more oxygen from the lungs to the muscles. Children grow at different rates, and that is why scientists have devised a useful way of studying the causes and consequences of such differences. According to science, the best way to estimate a child's maturity is by taking into account its skeletal age. Skeletal age is a measurement of the development of the bones of the body. When in the uterus, the embryo's skeletal system is formed out of soft, pliable tissue called cartilage. In the 6th week of pregnancy, the cartilage cells begin to harden into bone, which is a gradual process continuing throughout childhood and adolescence. Epiphyses are special growth centers in the bones that appear at the extreme ends of each of the body's long bones just before birth. The epiphyses also contain the growth plates, and that is where cartilage is continually being produced and added to produce growth. Growth plates gradually disappear into young adulthood when physical growth has ceased. Changes in physical size, proportions, and muscle strength support and enable the child to rapidly develop gross motor skills. As the body becomes more streamlined and less top-heavy, the center of gravity shifts downwards towards the trunk, resulting in improvement in balance, which paves the way for new motor skills that involve the large muscles. Gross motor skills are measured in what we call milestones. Milestones include the ability to walk, jump, hop, to push things, and to catch objects. When the child gets older, the milestones include walking up the stairs, galloping, and jumping on one foot, and running. And even later on, the milestones include riding a bicycle, skipping and sideways stepping, doing vertical jumps, and batting a ball. The vast physical changes during childhood and adolescence can be attributed to hormones. The endocrine glands manufacture hormones, which are chemical substances that are secreted by special cells in one part of the body that passes to and influence cells in another part of the body. The most important hormones for human growth are released by the pituitary gland that is located at the base of the brain near the hypothalamus, a structure that initiates and regulates pituitary secretions. The pituitary hormones are entered into the bloodstream directly and act on the body tissue to induce growth. And they also stimulate the release of other hormones from the endocrine glands located elsewhere in the body. The hypothalamus is very sensitive and contains special receptors for detecting hormone levels in the bloodstream. It is through a sensitive feedback loop that it instructs the pituitary gland to increase or decrease the amount of each hormone, and in this way, growth is carefully controlled. The human growth hormone, or HGH, is the only hormone that is secreted throughout life, and it affects the development of all tissues except the central nervous system and the genitals. HGH doubles during puberty and thereby greatly contributes to the rapid increase in growth during this period. The hypothalamus and the pituitary gland prompt the thyroid gland to release thyroxine, a hormone that is necessary for brain development and for the human growth hormone to have its full impact on body size. Infants who are born with a deficiency in thyroxine must receive it immediately to prevent mental retardation. A deficiency in thyroxine causes slower physical growth, but children who are supplemented with the hormone eventually reach their normal size. The human brain is the most complex and advanced living structure on Earth today. It is the organ that reaches its maturity first in the developmental process of any human being. We can best understand brain growth by looking at it from two perspectives: the microscopic level of individual brain cells and the larger level of the cerebral cortex, the most complex brain structure and the one responsible for the intelligence of our species. Let us start with the microscopic level of individual brain cells. The human brain has approximately 100 to 200 billion neurons or nerve cells that store and transmit information, many of which have thousands of direct connections with other neurons. Let's think about neuronal development. Neurons develop during the prenatal period, and that is why good prenatal care is so important. During this prenatal period, neurons are produced in the embryo's primitive neural tube, and from the neural tube, they migrate to form the major parts of the brain. Once the neurons are in their place, they differentiate and establish their unique functions by extending their fibers to form synaptic connections with cells next to them. During infancy and early childhood, neural fibers grow at a rapid pace. Another aspect of brain growth is programmed cell death. As synapses form, many surrounding neurons die to make space for these connective structures. Some 20 to 80% of neurons die during this period, depending on the brain region. You may be wondering about this phenomenon, but do not worry. Fortunately, during embryonic growth, the neural tube produces far more neurons than the brain will ever need, so the dying off of some neurons does not affect the brain negatively. As neurons form connections, stimulation of them becomes vital to their survival. Neuronal connections that are not stimulated lose their synapses, and this is called synaptic pruning, and they return to neurons that are not needed at that particular moment. Neurons that are stimulated by input from the surrounding environment continue to establish synapses, forming increasingly elaborate systems of communication that support more complex abilities. At first, stimulation causes an overabundance of synapses, many that serve identical functions. This ensures that the child acquires the motor, cognitive, and social skills that are needed for survival. To curb synaptic pruning, the stimulation of the child's brain is vital during periods in which the formation of synapses is at its peak. Are you wondering why the brain grows so fast during the prenatal period and even after birth? especially since all the neurons are formed during the prenatal period? Well, this is because approximately half of the brain's volume consists of glial cells, those which are responsible for myelination, the coating of the neural fibers with an insulating fatty sheath called myelin. Myelin improves the efficiency of message transfer. Glial cells rapidly multiply from the 4th month of pregnancy up to the 2nd year of life. It still multiplies beyond 2 years up until adolescence, but at a slower rate. Dramatic increases in neural fibers and myelination are therefore responsible for the swift gain in overall brain size. At birth, the brain is 25% of its size. By age 2, it reaches 70%, and at 6 years, it has grown up to 90% of its total size. Let us now consider brain development at the larger level of the cerebral cortex, the most complex brain structure responsible for the intelligence of our species. The cerebral cortex is the structure of the brain that surrounds the inner parts of the brain. It is also the largest part of the brain, accounting for approximately 85% of the brain's weight and containing the largest number of the brain's neurons and synapses. It is also the last part of the brain that stops growing and is therefore vulnerable to environmental influences for a longer period of time than any other part of the brain. The cerebral cortex develops in 3 main steps, namely the production and differentiation of the neuronal stem cells into neuroblasts, which are premature neurons and glial cells, the migration of neuronal precursors toward the cortical plate by either circular or lateral movements, and cortical organization into 6 layers associated with synapse formation and then dying off of certain cells, as discussed previously. These processes are dynamic and occur simultaneously during the different stages of development, and complications in these steps may lead to maternal cell contamination and malfunction. The general order in which the cerebral cortex develops corresponds to the emergence of certain capacities in the infant and child. A burst of activity has been measured in the auditory and visual cortexes and the area responsible for physical movement in the first year of life. Language areas are active from late infancy up until the preschool years, a time at which language development flourishes. The region with the most extended period of development is the frontal lobes, as from 2 months old, during the preschool and school years, and again during adolescence. The frontal lobes are responsible for thoughts and, in particular, consciousness, attention, inhibition of impulses, integration of information, and use of memory, reasoning, planning, and problem solving. The brain is sensitive to development, and as I've told you earlier, it needs stimulation for the neural fibers to stay connected to neurons. Otherwise, neurons become dormant and are not used. However, there are 2 types of periods of development that can be characterized as a period of sensitivity for brain development in young children. These are called experience expectant brain growth and experience dependent brain growth. Experience expectant brain growth refers to the young child's brain rapidly organizing itself around ordinary experiences, such as opportunities to see and touch objects, to hear language and other sounds, and to move around and explore the environment. When children are afforded these ordinary experiences, their brains are enriched and they develop and grow normally. On the other hand, experience-dependent brain growth consists of additional growth and refinement of brain structures based on specific and mostly specialized activities of learning that stimulate brain development throughout our lives. Creative writing, playing the violin, or weaving an intricate rug are examples of such tasks that lead the brain into further specialized developmental avenues. The brain of a violinist in different ways from that of a writer because each has exercised different regions of their brains for a long period. Experience expectant brain development occurs early and naturally as caregivers offer babies and toddlers play materials and engage them in tasks and routines that aid in their development. The growth from experience expectant brain development lays the foundation for later experience dependent brain development. Students, as you know, I'm such a big supporter of healthy brain development, and therefore it is such an interesting topic to me. Take care of your brains and those of your children. Make sure that you give them as much stimulation as possible, but not more than is needed at their time and age, as this can be harmful too. To overwhelm the brain with tasks and information that are above the child's developmental level will not enhance development, but rather it will hinder it. Let us now consider the emotional development of young children in the next section of our lesson. Students, in this part of the lesson, we will address the functions of emotions, the development of emotional expression, understanding and responding to the emotions of others, and the development of shyness and sociability. Do you wonder about emotions? Think back on the past day or two. What types of emotions have you experienced, and in response to what situations were they? Emotions are rapid appraisals of the personal significance of situations which prepare you for action. For example, happiness oftentimes leads you to approaching someone or something, whereas sadness may lead to passive withdrawal and fear may lead to actively moving away from a situation. An emotion is therefore an expression of how ready you are to establish, maintain, or change your relationship with the environment as a matter of importance to you. Many theorists have a functionalist approach towards emotions, thereby emphasizing that the main functions of emotions are to energize behavior and it is aimed at attaining specific goals. Let us consider the functions of emotions. As mentioned, many theorists believe that emotions serve a function, thereby taking a functionalist approach towards it. They believe that emotions serve as a role when it comes to cognitive processing, social behavior, and our health. We shall start with emotions and cognitive processing. Emotional reactions can lead to learning that is essential for survival or to protect against injury. Fear about a certain situation or even the emotion of uncertainty may keep you out of harm's way. A caregiver that loudly tells a child no when they run towards a staircase teaches the child to be careful of the staircase if they're not able to climb down it yet. The emotion of anxiety is also part of cognition and is evident in the performance of activities or tasks where one is measured. Among both children and adults, very low or very high anxiety levels impair thinking, but moderate anxiety can be productive and even facilitating. Emotions also affect memory. A study revealed that children who were highly stressed during a certain event remembered the event better than a less stressed friend. Interestingly enough, several children who experienced a hurricane that destroyed many homes around them reacted differently to each other. Those who experienced the storm under moderate stress, such as seeing trees falling and windows breaking, remembered more about the event than children who experienced high stress, such as seeing the roofs of homes caving in and objects flying in the air, or
What,
those who
darling?
experienced the event under low stress with little home damage because of the
Uh
hurricane.
huh.
Let's consider emotions and social behavior on the next two slides. The emotions of adults as well as children powerfully affect the behaviors of others. Also, the emotional reactions of others regulate or negatively influence children's social behaviors. Analyses of caregiver-infant interactions revealed that by 3 months, a complex communication system is in place in which each partner responds in an appropriate and carefully timed fashion to the other's cues. Infants positively respond to adults who show emotions on their faces, and studies revealed that when parents seem depressed or unresponsive to their babies, or whose faces show flat affect, the infant turned away and often started crying. But before the babies turned away, they tried to get their caregiver's attention by making noises and facial expressions to get a response from the caregiver. It seems to be clear that when engaged in a face to face encounter, even young infants expect their caregivers to be emotionally responsive. In the beginning, mothers mostly engage emotionally with their newborns, but by the age of 9 months, the infant starts to engage and initiate emotional and social interaction with a mother or caregiver. Finally, infants and toddlers can pick up on their mother's emotional reactions to other people, and they learn from their mother's responses on how to interact with certain people. Emotions has an influence on health, and health has an influence on our emotions. In a large study conducted in Romania, it was concluded that children who have been deprived from stimulation and emotional interactions with their caregivers showed several negative medical symptoms such as intestinal parasites, hepatitis, and anemia. Stress elevates the infant's heart rate and blood pressure and depresses the immune response. Stress also negatively influences the digestive system as blood flows to the brain, heart, and extremities to mobilize the body for action. Consequently, it can lead to digestive difficulties such as constipation, diarrhea, colitis, and even stomach ulcers in extreme cases. Furthermore, prolonged stress causes an increase in the secretion of the stress hormone cortisol. In other cases, extreme stress has caused an abnormally low secretion of the stress hormone cortisol. When cortisol levels are too low, it has a negative impact on the human growth hormone, and the result is stunted growth for such children. Good parenting seems to protect the infant and young child from the potentially damaging effects of both excessive and inadequate stress hormone exposure. Students, can you see how emotions, especially negative emotions, have a negative impact on the health of young children? It is imperative for parents to provide a supportive environment in which the child feels protected and secure to develop to its full potential without unnecessary stress, neglect, or anxiety. It is now time to talk about the development of emotional expression. How do you think children develop emotional expression? Basic human emotions include happiness, interest,
It's like how the German
surprise,
stocks mentioned with
fear,
my stuff.
anger, sadness, and disgust, and are universal across the world in humans. It
Yeah.
promotes survival and helps humans engage with each other in meaningful ways. So, do babies come into the world with their emotional capabilities developed, or do they develop them as they grow? Research, as cited in Burke 2009, posits that babies are born with two basic states of arousal. These include the attraction to pleasant stimulation and the withdrawal from unpleasant stimulation. It is with gradual development that emotions become clear and well organized. By the middle of the first year, the most basic emotions of happiness, anger, sadness, and fear have been developed. Let us see how they develop. From parents talking to their babies and showing emotional expressions, babies learn to mimic them. By the age of 2 to 3 months, babies spontaneously smile socially, and they usually spontaneously laugh at around month 4. Also, somewhere between the ages of 2 to 6 months, babies start to express feelings such as anger, sadness, surprise, and fear. And between the age of 5 to 6 months, they begin to exhibit stranger anxiety. Let's continue with emotional expression. This whole process happens because of the dynamic systems perspective, which postulates that children coordinate separate skills into more effective emotionally expressive systems as the central nervous system develops and the child's goals and experiences change. According to another view, sensitive and reliant caregiver communication, in which parents selectively mirror aspects of some of the baby's emotional behaviors, helps infants construct discrete emotional expressions that are more similar to those of adults. Students, as you know, the basic emotions include happiness, anger, sadness, and fear. Let's take a peek into each of these emotions and how they develop in infants and childhood. Let us start with happiness. When infants achieve new skills, they smile and show happiness. As the smile encourages their caregivers to be affectionate and even more stimulating, the baby smiles even more because of this positive interaction. Happiness binds a parent and child into a warm and supportive relationship that fosters the infant's development of competence. Babies respond with anger and sadness to a variety of unpleasant experiences such as hunger, painful medical procedures, changes in body temperature such as running a fever, and too much or too little stimulation. It is almost as if this anger and sadness are cues that they were born with to signal the attention of their caregivers to relieve them from any distress. Sadness is less common than anger in the early months. However, it becomes more apparent when there is a disruption in parent-baby interaction or when separated from the caregiver. Fear arises during the 6th month of the baby's life. The most frequent expression of fear is to unfamiliar adults, a reaction called separation anxiety. Many toddlers are wary of strangers, but not all of them are. Some, because of their temperament, will easily go to a stranger, given that the primary caregiver is nearby. The rise in fear after the age of 6 months keeps the baby's sense of exploration in check. Once fear or wariness develop, infants use the familiar caregiver as a secure base, a point from which to explore, continuously venturing into the environment and returning for emotional support and validation. Students, do you know about the emotions of self-consciousness? Let us explore these and look into how they develop in a child. Self-conscious emotions are not part of basic emotions, but rather they are a part of a second, higher order set of feelings. At approximately the age of 18 months, toddlers realize that they have a sense of self and that they are a separate human being from their primary caregiver. With the emergence of the self, the emotional life expands to the development of additional higher order emotions such as shame, guilt, pride, empathy, and embarrassment. Self-conscious emotions such as pride and shame are studied by observing a child's facial, postural, and verbal expressions in response to success and failure on simple tasks, and these are elicited mainly by the responses of caregivers who can either elicit shame and guilt or pride and empathy through how they interact with their child. Children as young as 3 years show pride when they succeed and shame when they fail at tasks. More shame has been observed when the child fails at a difficult task, and more pride has been observed with the mastery of a difficult task. Students, before we commence with the next part of our lesson, I want to give you something noteworthy. A quote by Jill Churchill. She said that there is no way to be a perfect mother and a million ways to be a good one. If you are a mother, are planning on becoming one soon, or want to become one in the future, remember this quote. No child ever comes with a manual. They are all different, even if they carry your genes. Nobody is perfect, and hence there is no such thing as a perfect mother. But you can strive to be the best mother you can be, and if you struggle, there are many resources out there to assist you. Let's move on with our lesson. Students, before we go any further, let me entice you on what Lesson 4 in this module will address. The title of this lesson is The Development of Identity and Morality. Identity is the type of person you decide to become through making decisions about what you like and dislike, what you want to partake in, and what you want to become in terms of the type of human being you want to become, the friends you surround yourself with, and where you want to go in life. Morality is part of your identity, but to act in moral ways, you have to learn about it, and your parents must have modeled it to you. Parents and teachers are good role models for developing moral ways of living. We all have our different ways of thinking about morality, but there is a structure and models of morality in the field of psychology, which I will tell you about in our next lesson. And I can't wait to share all of this exciting information with you in our course considering psychology. Students, we are now going to discuss temperament and the development of attachment. Temperament is also known as one's personality, and we are all born with our own temperaments, and these have profound influences on how we treat and interact with other people and how they interact with us. Attachment relationships between parents and their young children form the secure base from which a baby can develop into a healthy, secure child and later adolescent and adult. Let us move on to discuss these two topics. Temperament is the behavioral style that your baby was born with and is embedded in heredity. The temperament or behavioral style helps determine how your baby will react to situations, express and regulate their emotions. Childhood temperament includes a variety of characteristics such as activity level, distractibility, adaptability, sensitivity, and the quality of mood in general. For young children, three temperament types have been identified, and these include the easy child, the difficult child, and the slow to warm up child. The goodness of fit term describes how the child's temperament and environment combined can produce the most favorable outcomes for the child's well-being and development. Goodness of fit requires parents to create child-rearing environments that recognize each child's temperament and provide adequate ways to interact with each child's different temperament, not expecting to treat every child in the same ways, but to be cognizant of the differences between the temperaments of siblings. Your baby has their own characteristics and patterns of behavior that influence the way they respond to daily events in their lives. This is called their temperament. It will help to shape your baby's world and yours too. Let us conclude with temperament. Remember, the word temperament suggests a genetic foundation for individual personality differences. On average, about 50% of individual differences have been attributed to differences in genetic makeup. Therefore, note that although genetic influences are clear, the environment is also powerful. Did you know about attachment? According to Berg in 2009, attachment is the strong, affectionate bond we have with special people in our lives that leads us to experience pleasure when we interact with them and to be comforted by their nearness in times of stress. I shall now introduce you to Bowlby's ethological theory of attachment, where he explains the stages of attachment development. Bowlby's ethological theory is widely accepted today as the theory that explains how children develop that strong and secure emotional bond with their primary caregivers. According to Bowlby, there are 4 stages of attachment development, with these including the pre-attachment phase, the attachment in the making phase, the clear-cut attachment phase, and the formation of a reciprocal relationship phase. Students, let us have a look at this table. This table is useful and will be available on your webinar slides for referencing. This is Bowlby's phases of attachment with references to his ethological theory of attachment. Let us start with each phase. The first phase is the pre-attachment phase, which takes place from birth to 6 weeks. The baby has built-in signals such as grasping, smiling, crying, and gazing into the adult's eyes. It helps to bring newborns into close contact with their caregivers. Once adults respond, infants encourage them to remain nearby because the closeness comforts them. Babies recognize their mother's smell, voice, and face, but they are not yet attached to her. The second phase is the attachment in the making phase, which occurs from the age of 6 weeks to approximately 8 months. During this stage, infants respond differently to a stranger than to a familiar caregiver. A sense of trust is developed because the mother soothes and comforts the baby when in distress. The baby still does not mind being picked up by a stranger, and thus attachment is still being developed. The third phase is the clear-cut attachment phase, which lasts from 8 months to 2 years. During this stage, attachment to the mother is evident. Separation anxiety occurs when a stranger wants to engage with a baby. When the mother needs to leave, babies and toddlers protest heavily to try and maintain her presence. They approach, follow, and climb on her in preference to others and use her as a secure base from which to explore. And our final phase is the formation of a reciprocal relationship, lasting from 2 years and onwards. At this stage, the child's internal working model has developed a set of expectations about the availability of attachment figures, their likelihood of providing support during times of stress, and the self's interaction with those figures. The formation of reciprocal relationship phase, as you can see, is ongoing. Parents should still tend to their child's needs as they go through preschool and up to adolescence, so that children continuously feel secure in their home environment and use their parents and home environments as secure bases to return to when trouble or difficulties arise. We have now discussed the ideal development of attachment, but what if a child does not experience all these phases? There may be several reasons for that. The mother might be depressed and anxious. There might be marital strife in the home, placing much stress on both parents and the child, or any other factor that might hinder these phases may have an impact on the development of attachment. This brings us to our next section, and that includes how attachment is measured and the consequences on the child based on the type of attachment that was formed through the early years of the child's life. Although almost every family-reared baby becomes attached to a familiar caregiver by the 2nd year, the quality of this relationship differs from child to child. This is a direct consequence of the ways in which the child's needs were addressed and the amount of affection that was given to the child to form a secure base for development for the baby. By measuring attachment, 4 types of attachment patterns have been identified and are widely used today for measuring problems in children based on their attachment with their caregivers. The 4 attachment styles include the following: secure attachment, avoidant attachment, resistant attachment, and disorganized attachment. Students, let us look at the attachment styles and the characteristics that infants in each style display. The first style is the most ideal attachment style, and it is called the secure attachment style. In this stage, the baby has built-in signals such as grasping, smiling, crying, and gazing into the adult's eyes. It helps to bring newborns into close contact with their caregivers. Once adults respond, infants encourage them to remain nearby because the closeness comforts them. Babies recognize their mother's smell, voice, and face, but they are not yet attached to her. Secondly, we have the avoidant attachment style. These infants are unresponsive to the caregiver when they are present. When the mother leaves, infants are usually not distressed and they react to strangers in much the same way as the parent. When reunited with the parent, they avoid or are slow to greet the parent, and when picked up, they don't cling to the parent. Thirdly, we are going to address the resistant attachment style. Before separation, these infants seek closeness to the parent and often fail to explore. When the mother leaves, they are usually distressed, and when she returns, these infants combine clinginess with anger and resistant behavior, being aggressive when being held and sometimes hitting and pushing the mother. And finally, we have the disorganized attachment style. This attachment style shows the most insecurity. When reunited with their mother, these infants seem confused, often looking away or approaching the parent with flat and depressed emotions. A few infants cry out unexpectedly after calming down and display odd frozen postures. This happens mainly because parents respond inconsistently to their infants' distress. Students, we are nearing the end of our lesson, but we have one more category to discuss, and this includes the factors that affect attachment security. Let us address them. What do you think about factors affecting attachment security? Researchers, as cited in Burke in 2009, have investigated and identified 4 factors that affect infant attachment security, and these include the following: opportunity for attachment, quality of caregiving, the baby's characteristics, and family context, including parents' internal working models. Let us look at these 4 factors more closely. Have you ever wondered what happens when an infant is not afforded the chance to develop a close tie with a family caregiver? This happened before when young children have been institutionalized and were not assigned a consistent adult to take care of them physically and emotionally. They thus did not have the opportunity to build or form an attachment relationship with a close caregiver. Research, as cited in Burke in 2009, highlights several such incidences, especially some in Romania, where thousands of infants were placed in orphanages under a communist government in the 1980s. These children were laying in their cribs all day long, only being fed and having their diapers changed on a schedule. They did not receive any facial expression from the nurses, nor any love, attention, stimulation, or opportunities for a relationship with a caregiver. As early as the age of 7 months, these Romanian orphans showed reduced ERP brainwaves in response to facial expressions, outcomes that suggest the disrupted formation of neural structures that are involved in understanding emotions. Mostly, these children showed emotional difficulties, either acting out completely after having been adopted, being over-friendly with strangers, a failure to check back with a new parent in anxiety-provoking situations, and having very few friendships. The evidence thus suggests that fully normal emotional development depends on the opportunity to establish close ties with caregivers early in life. Apart from the opportunity for attachment, babies who have the opportunity to form an attachment relationship with caregivers are dependent upon the quality of the caregiving they receive. Sensitive caregiving, in which the caregiver responds promptly and consistently and with the appropriate reactions to infants and holding them tenderly and carefully, is moderately related to attachment security in biological and adoptive mother-infant pairs. A special form of communication called interactional synchrony separates the experiences of secure from insecure babies. Interactional synchrony can best be described as a sensitively tuned emotional dance in which the caregiver responds to infant signals in a well-timed, rhythmic, appropriate fashion, and both partners match their emotional states, especially positive emotional states. Warm and sensitive caregivers use a relaxed, flexible style of communication in which they comfortably accept and repair emotional mismatches, returning to a more synchronous state. Compared to securely attached infants, avoidant babies tend to receive overstimulating care. They try to avoid the mother when the mother is overwhelming them with too much stimulation, especially when tired or when they are trying to fall asleep. Highly inadequate caregiving is thus a powerful predictor of disruptions in attachment, with child abuse being associated with all three forms of attachment insecurity. As you know, attachment results from a relationship that builds between two partners. Hence, infant characteristics should affect how easily it is established. Premature birth, birth complications, and newborn illnesses make caregiving more taxing on the caregiver. When families are under stress, these difficulties are linked to attachment insecurity. Infants with special needs require additional care and sensitivity, and stressed parents who cannot provide such additional sensitive care open the window for a disrupted attachment relationship. The role of infant temperament in forming an attachment relationship has been intensely debated in research and suggests that an infant's temperament may play a role in the ease of forming an attachment relationship with a caregiver. Let us look at the last part of infant characteristics. Some research suggests that irritable, fearful infants may react to brief separations with intense anxiety, regardless of the parent's sensitivity to the baby. Consistent with the previous view, emotionally reactive and difficult babies are more likely to develop later insecure attachments. However, mothers who believe their difficult or special needs babies are soothable are far more sensitive caregivers than those mothers who don't share the same beliefs. Infant characteristics, in addition to the mother's orientation to caregiving, thus have a profound impact on the type of attachment that is established. The two cannot be separated. Students, as mentioned, we are nearing the end of our lesson. Our last concept to discuss is the family context, which includes the internal working models of the parents in terms of their attachment formation with their infants. Let us go ahead with that. Family context, such as a harmonious marital relationship and financial security, may ease the burden on parents for infant caregiving and provide for the opportunity of forming secure attachment relationships with their infants. The availability of social support and parents with a good relationship assisting each other with caregiving reduces family stress and predicts greater levels of attachment security. In contrast, job loss, financial insecurity, marital strain, and other stresses can undermine attachment indirectly by interfering with the sensitivity of parental care. Parents as internal working models refer to how they view their own childhoods and attachments with their parents. Parents who have a negative attachment with their own parents are not predictive of having negative attachments with their infants, but rather it is how parents view their own childhoods and the ability for them to come to terms with negative events, to integrate new information into their working models, and to look back on their parents in an understanding and forgiving way that is much more influential in how they rear their children than the history of care they received in their childhoods. Class, this is the end of Lesson 3 for Module 3. I look forward to talking to you about identity and morality in our next lesson. See you soon for Lesson 4.
Okay. I know that I need to. Backspace all of that. Control V. Apply. And there we go. Scroll that down. X. There. There we go.
Today's lesson
That's even better, I think.
comprises the self and social understanding, thinking about other people, and early childhood moral development. We shall just commence and call it the development of the self in early childhood. Our previous lesson focused on physical growth and brain development, emotional development and temperament and attachment. These are all phases that small children go through as they grow. This lesson will commence from there and address how the child's self is developed, how self-concept and self-esteem develop, how they start to understand and perceive others, and how they start to develop morality. I hope you learn a lot of new things in this lesson today. A very big welcome to your class today, students. For this lesson, we have 3 core objectives. Firstly, we shall consider the self and social understanding. Secondly, we shall discuss how children learn to think and consider other people. And finally,
Okay, what is Mr. Person up to?
Do a braid. Wait, how long on the download now? 27? It's 63%.
One thing I like about me is that I'm nothing
Oh.
like you and I never will. One thing I like about me is that I'm nothing like you and I never will.
Okay, dude, okay. Have you seen Batman? Hi, 11. Have you seen the Batman, the new one?
Look, you've been failing every class.
I love
I'll
that.
give you one
I
more
actually like
chance.
that movie.
If you want to pass my class, you have to do these questions. 2 plus 2.
Teacher, the answer you were looking for is 4.
That is correct.
No?
What about
Okay.
10 plus 10?
Teacher, I said,
Wait a second. How does find a video? Wait, school. Batman. Jail. Damn it, what do I search? Shit.
Yep.
Whatever, dude. Whatever.
I suspect the answer to this question is 4.
How are you doing, 11? Are you back? What the fuck? If they ever evolved from elves, why are there still apes? Well, because there's different species of apes, right? So we're different species of apes that just evolved different. Also, there's been different Neanderthals too. Different types of Neanderthals. So there's different humans that can also, yeah, I guess. There's been different humans, I guess. I'm seeing you have the first art badge in all of the channels I follow. In all of the channels, oh yeah, he specifically requested it. Because he made my Pog emote. He helped me with my Pog emote.
Excuse me. Sir?
Bruh.
Yeah, let me get 2 tickets for Avengers, another ticket for Pacific Rim, and 3 tickets for the shit in Theater 9.
What's the shit in
Bitch,
Theater
are
9?
you here alone? Why would you buy 6 tickets for yourself? I'm on some new shit, flexing. These movies are all playing at 9 p.m. You can't watch all of them. I know y'all motherfuckers got a pause button. I'm not selling you these shits. I might have to call the police. Hand off. Them goddamn 911. I'm being attacked. That's some damn.
Just fucking give him the just let him buy it, dude.
But it's actually this hand towel with a perfectly placed water stain.
Oh shit! Well, I just peed on my towel accidentally. Better turn this into clouds.
It was a water stain! I had an ice pack and it leaked onto the towel! I didn't fucking pee on it!
You peed on it. You peed on it, didn't you, little piss boy?
I didn't piss! I didn't! I'm not a little
Fuck am I watching?
pee boy!
What is this? The fuck is this? Oh, it's
The flag
Tumblr
of
posts?
Japan, but it's actually this hand towel with a
Yeah. What the fuck is this? Why is it so loud? He's not having it. Why is just fucking driving? What the fuck? Will Smith reference? What the fuck? How
Okay.
much longer? 76%.
We shall address the research with regards to early childhood moral development. Students, let us commence with our journey today. I can't wait to share all the knowledge that the field of psychology provides us with in terms of a child's self and social understanding, how children think about other people, how they perceive them, and how they develop morality. Did you know that preschool counts? As your child enters preschool, they will learn about hurdles and setbacks, just like any other child will. But with a determined mindset and a secure sense of self, the child can approach any setback with the grit that is necessary. In this lesson, we will address the self and social understanding in our first section. This will lead to a determined mindset and a secure sense of self of the child if the child is tended to correctly with love and patience. Let us start our lesson. Class, this is officially the start of our lesson. We will commence with speaking about the self and social understanding first. Our discussions will center around the child's self concept, self esteem, and achievement related attributions. It is really astonishing to learn about the intricacies of child development. I hope you are enjoying it as much as I am. Let's talk about the emergence of the self. Infancy is a rich and formative period, especially for development, both in terms of physical and social understanding. Infants learn about the permanence of objects and they start to recognize and respond appropriately to others' emotions. They can also distinguish between familiar and unfamiliar people in their lives. By developing
Or
these
that's even
skills,
better, actually.
infants develop the knowledge of the sense of self as a separate, permanent entity in the world. Self development begins with a notion of self awareness in infancy and gradually evolves into a rich, multifaceted, and organized view of the self's characteristics and capacities during childhood and adolescence. Let us delve into self awareness. The beginning of self awareness starts at around the age of 2 with self recognition. Self recognition is the identification of the self as a physically unique being. We know that because children point to themselves in a mirror and photos and refer
while also letting the captain show off their creativity within the game. When you join Stream Raiders as a captain, you have access to a goal tracker that...
Hold on.
Have you ever wanted to fight epic battles with your chat? Stream Raiders is a game that allows your chat to not only join you in battles live on your stream, but it also allows streamers to create custom skins that their viewers can buy and equip. Your viewers get to show off their love for their captain, while also earning their favorite streamer a revenue share from every purchase made. How is this done? Through the Stream Raiders Partner Program. The Partner Program is a way for captains to become part of the game by creating custom skins and assets within Stream Raiders, while also earning a revenue share from each skin they sell. Stream Raiders provides the tools needed to the captain to help design these custom skins for units within the game. These skins are then put into the shop, where they can be sold, and the streamer will get a percentage of each sale of their skins. The skins give your community another way to show their support, while also letting the captain show off their creativity within the game. When you join Stream Raiders as a captain, you have access to a goal tracker that outlines the criteria needed to be invited to the program. Your stats are automatically tracked to make it easy to see your progress. When you complete your first set of goals, you become an affiliate. Affiliates unlock the ability to start putting their brand into the game in the form of a banner on their own custom flag bearer. The flag bearer is the start of your custom skin journey, as it allows the captain and their viewers to rep them in battles all across the game. This also unlocks the ability to unlock head skins by defeating bosses in the game with your community. Head skins are designed by the captain to replace the heads of most of the units in the game. As soon as the captain gets their first skin in the game, the captain unlocks the skin point progress bar, which tracks every purchase made. Every $5 spent gives 1 skin point, and once full, it unlocks the captain's very first full skin. Affiliates earn 40% of the revenue share for every skin of theirs they sell. To become an affiliate, captains must meet these requirements: average 20 or more viewers, have 15 or more average participants in their battles, and have at least 20 or more battles played over a 7-day period. They also need to use the overlay and chatbot within their streams and have a positive stream and community. Once you're an affiliate, the goal tracker changes to reflect the next milestone: partner. Partners receive all of the same benefits as affiliates, plus more awesome perks to share with their communities. Partners receive an increased revenue share to 50%, free skins each month to give away to their community, and special consideration for other Stream Raiders promotions. To become a partner, affiliates must reach at least 30 skin points to unlock their first skin through skin sales, average 50 viewers or more, average 30 or more participants in their battles, and must have 20 or more battles played within a 7-day period. Just like affiliates, they will still need to use the overlay and chatbot and maintain a positive stream and community. Affiliates and partners who unlock at least 2 full skins unlock the ability to host their own Stream Raiders event called a Skinathon that allows their community to unlock special skin types and exclusive rewards that can only be unlocked within the event. We'll be covering Skinathons in a future video, so make sure to keep an eye out. Do you want to create your own custom skins in Stream Raiders while also earning a revenue share? Rally your community and get onto the battlefield to get started today.
Okay, that is a no thank you. And there.
to themselves by name or by pronoun, such as I or me. What experiences contribute to self-awareness and self-recognition, do you think? During the first year in the infant's life, they touch objects, such as a mobile that moves around after touching, and they realize that these objects are not part of them and that their actions have an impact on such objects. They therefore come to realize that there is a relationship between their self and the physical world, and that they are in the physical world. Sensitive caregiving, as previously discussed, promotes early and healthy self development. Securely attached toddlers display more complex self related actions during play. For example, labeling a doll as the self during play, with a doll taking a sip of soda. It helps the toddler differentiate between themselves and others and the physical world. During this stage, the toddler also shows more knowledge of their own and their parents' physical features, such as labeling their body parts. Hence, joint attention, which is the attention between the caregiver and the child, facilitate many opportunities to monitor and compare their own and others' reactions to objects and events, thereby promoting self-awareness. Self-awareness is also developed by the child engaging with the social world around them. At the end of the baby's first year, they start to engage with the environment intentionally, and they learn about their own goals, such as grabbing a friend or sibling's toy or touching or breaking an object, and they learn that these goals often cause conflict. With this, they soon realize that their actions can elicit a variety of emotional responses from caregivers and other people. Self-awareness also leads to a toddler's first efforts to understand another person's perspective. By understanding another's perspective, they start developing empathy and self-conscious behaviors. A 2-year-old toddler's self-recognition causes a sense of ownership. The stronger their self-definitions, the more possessive 2-year-olds can be, claiming objects as mine and not wanting to share their toys with others. Parents or teachers who want to resolve a conflict between toddlers with strong self-definition should accept the young child's possessiveness as a sign of self-assertion and then aim to encourage a compromise rather than insisting on sharing immediately. Children must have achieved self-awareness before the self-concept can be developed. Do you know what the meaning of self-concept is? Oxford Languages define the word self-concept as an idea of the self that was constructed from the beliefs one holds about oneself and the responses of others. The notion of the self-concept is embedded in social and humanistic psychology and suggests that the development of the concept of the self has two aspects, namely the existential self and the categorical self. During early childhood, toddlers' knowledge and evaluation of the self expands, and they start to construct a self-concept. According to Burke, self-concept is the set of attributes, abilities, attitudes, and values that an individual believes defines who he or she is. Let us consider the existential and categorical self of the self-concept. The existential self is the most basic part of the self-concept, which includes the sense the child has that they are separate from others. Children now realize there are objects in the world and that they have their own unique characteristics. At this stage of development, the self can be placed into simple and concrete categories, such as describing themselves according to their hair color, their height, and activity. It is with older age that self-description according to the self-concept makes reference to internal psychological traits. You have probably heard of self-esteem before. What is self-esteem and how does it differ from self-concept? The self-esteem can be explained as the judgments we make about our worth and the feelings associated with such judgments. High self-esteem is indicative of a realistic evaluation of the self's characteristics and competencies, coupled with an attitude of self-acceptance and self-respect. Self-esteem ranks among one of the most important aspects of self-development because evaluations of our competencies affect emotional experiences. future behaviors, and long-term psychological adjustment. As children grow, the structure of self-esteem becomes increasingly complex. The structure of the self-esteem depends on evaluative information available to children and their ability to process that information. At approximately the ages 5 to 7 years, children in diverse Western cultures have formed at least 4 broad self-evaluations, including academic competence, social competence, physical or athletic competence, and physical appearance. Within these above self-evaluations are more refined categories that become increasingly distinct with age. You will see on this table that the 4 categories of academic competence, social competence, physical competence, and physical appearance all fall under general self-esteem. During the mid-elementary school years and under academic competence, children usually evaluate themselves in terms of language and the arts, mathematics, and other school subjects. Social competence comprises the relationship the child has with peers and the relationship the child has with their parents. Physical competence is measured in terms of outdoor games with other children and playing sports. And finally, physical appearance is measured by the way the child thinks in terms of their attractiveness measured against other children. Note that emphasis on appearance through the media, among peers, and in society in general has major implications for satisfaction with the self in terms of physical appearance. During the first few years of elementary school, self-esteem declines. Why do you think that happens? Well, it is because small children have trouble distinguishing between their desired and their actual competence, and they usually rate their ability as extremely high and often underestimate the difficulty of the task. As children enter school and increasingly engage in social comparison, they adjust their self-esteem to a more realistic level that matches the opinions of others as well as objective performance. Children can protect their self-esteem during this time. They do this by balancing social comparison information with personal achievement goals. For this reason, a temporary drop in self-esteem during the school years are seldom harmful. From approximately the 4th grade and onwards, self-esteem rises and remains high for the majority of young people, feeling especially good about their peer relationships and athletic capabilities. The exception is the transition to adolescence. As you can imagine, there are many influences on self-esteem and reasons for why we evaluate ourselves in the ways that we do. Firstly, achievement in either of the aspects of self-esteem influences self-esteem positively. A child who performs well in academics will have high self-esteem in terms of academic competence, and also for the rest of the parts of self-esteem and vice versa. Secondly, culture has a profound impact on self-esteem. Self-esteem is not viewed in the same way in every culture, and what might account for healthy self-esteem in one culture might account for arrogance in another. Measurements of self-esteem are therefore highly dependent on culture. Finally, child-rearing practices have a profound impact on a child's self-esteem. Children whose parents are warm and accepting and who provide reasonable expectations for mature behavior and engage in problem solving feel especially good about themselves. Problem solving where the child and a parent are engaged comprises the resolving of conflicts by collaborating with the child on a solution. Furthermore, warm and positive parenting where the parent accepts the child unconditionally result in a child that develops healthy self-esteem. As mentioned earlier in this lesson, achievement plays a positive role in the formation of healthy self-esteem. This contributes to further effort and gains in performance. What do you think parents can do to encourage and avoid undermining this mutually supportive relationship between motivation and self-esteem? Let us look into achievement-related attributions in terms hereof. What are attributions? Attributions, according to Burke, are our common everyday explanations for the causes of our behavior. As mentioned on the previous slide, attributions are our common everyday explanations for the causes of behavior. We group the causes of behavior into two broad categories, namely external environmental causes and internal psychological causes. Thereafter, we further divide psychological causes into two types, namely ability and effort. For example, if almost all the children in the class always get good grades for French, we can assume that the teacher sets up easy tests. However, if only Sally and two other pupils ever get A's in French tests, we attribute it to ability and effort, thus psychological causes. Note that for a variety of reasons, children differ in achievement motivation. This is the tendency to persist with challenging tasks, and these are just as important and noteworthy when considering attributions. Very young children have high expectations for themselves and value their attributes unrealistically until they start comparing their abilities with others. Some young children easily give up on difficult tasks, and they are called non-persisters. These children have a history of parental criticism of their worth and performance. In contrast, some of their enthusiastic peers. Today's lesson comprises the self and social understanding, thinking about other people, and early childhood moral development. We shall just commence and call it the development of the self in early childhood. Our previous lesson focused on physical growth and brain development, emotional development and temperament and attachment. These are all phases that small children go through as they grow. This lesson will commence from there and address how the child's self is developed, how self-concept and self-esteem develop, how they start to understand and perceive others, and how they start to develop morality. I hope you learn a lot of new things in this lesson today. A very big welcome to your class today, students. For this lesson, we have three core objectives. Firstly, we shall consider the self and social understanding. Secondly, we shall discuss how children learn to think and consider other people. And finally, we shall address the research with regards to early childhood moral development. Students, let us commence with our journey today. I can't wait to share all the knowledge that the field of psychology provides us with in terms of a child's self and social understanding, how children think about other people, how they perceive them, and how they develop morality. Did you know that preschool counts? As your child enters preschool, they will learn about hurdles and setbacks, just like any other child will. But with a determined mindset and a secure sense of self, the child can approach any setback with the grit that is necessary. In this lesson, we will address the self and social understanding in our first section. This will lead to a determined mindset and a secure sense of self of the child if the child is tended to correctly, with love and patience. Let us start our lesson. Class, this is officially the start of our lesson. We will commence with speaking about the self and social understanding first. Our discussions will center around the child's self-concept, self-esteem, and achievement-related attributions. It is really astonishing to learn about the intricacies of child development. I hope you are enjoying it as much as I am. Let's talk about the emergence of the self. Infancy is a rich and formative period, especially for development, both in terms of physical and social understanding. Infants learn about the permanence of objects and they start to recognize and respond appropriately to others' emotions. They can also distinguish between familiar and unfamiliar people in their lives. By developing these skills, infants develop the knowledge of the sense of self as a separate, permanent entity in the world. Self-development begins with the notion of self-awareness in infancy and gradually evolves into a rich, multifaceted and organized view of the self's characteristics and capacities during childhood and adolescence. Let us delve into self-awareness. The beginning of self-awareness starts at around the age of 2 with self-recognition. Self-recognition is the identification of the self as a physically unique being. We know that because children point to themselves in a mirror and photos and refer to themselves by name or by pronoun, such as I or me. What experiences contribute to self-awareness and self-recognition, do you think? During the first year in the infant's life, they touch objects, such as a mobile that moves around after touching, and they realize that these objects are not part of them and that their actions have an impact on such objects. They therefore come to realize that there is a relationship between their self and the physical world, and that they are in the physical world. Sensitive caregiving, as previously discussed, promotes early and healthy self-development. Securely attached toddlers display more complex, self-related actions during play. For example, labeling a doll as the self during play, with a doll taking a sip of soda. It helps the toddler differentiate between themselves and others and the physical world. During this stage, the toddler also shows more knowledge of their own and their parents' physical features, such as labeling their body parts. Hence, joint attention, which is the attention between the caregiver and the child, facilitate many opportunities to monitor and compare their own and others' reactions to objects and events, thereby promoting self-awareness. Self-awareness is also developed by the child engaging with the social world around them. At the end of the baby's first year, they start to engage with the environment intentionally, and they learn about their own goals, such as grabbing a friend or sibling's toy or touching or breaking an object, and they learn that these goals often cause conflict. With this, they soon realize that their actions can elicit a variety of emotional responses from caregivers and other people. Self-awareness also leads to a toddler's first efforts to understand another person's perspective. By understanding another's perspective, they start developing empathy and self-conscious behavior. A 2-year-old toddler's self-recognition causes a sense of ownership. The stronger their self-definitions, the more possessive 2-year-olds can be, claiming objects as mine and not wanting to share their toys with others. Parents or teachers who want to resolve a conflict between toddlers with strong self-definition should accept the young child's possessiveness as a sign of self-assertion and then aim to encourage a compromise rather than insisting on sharing immediately. Children must have achieved self-awareness before the self-concept can be developed. Do you know what the meaning of self-concept is? Oxford Languages define the word self-concept as an idea of the self that was constructed from the beliefs one holds about oneself and the responses of others. The notion of the self-concept is embedded in social and humanistic psychology and suggests that the development of the concept of the self has two aspects, namely the existential self and the categorical self. During early childhood, toddlers' knowledge and evaluation of the self expands, and they start to construct a self-concept. According to Burke, self-concept is the set of attributes, abilities, attitudes, and values that an individual believes defines who he or she is. Let us consider the existential and categorical self of the self-concept. The existential self is the most basic part of the self-concept, which includes the sense the child has that they are separate from others. Children now realize there are objects in the world and that they have their own unique characteristics. At this stage of development, the self can be placed into simple and concrete categories, such as describing themselves according to their hair color, their height, and activity. It is with older age that self-description according to the self-concept makes reference to internal psychological traits. You have probably heard of self-esteem before. What is self-esteem and how does it differ from self-concept? The self-esteem can be explained as the judgments we make about our worth and the feelings associated with such judgments. High self esteem is indicative of a realistic evaluation of the self's characteristics and competencies, coupled with an attitude of self acceptance and self respect. Self esteem ranks among one of the most important aspects of self development because evaluations of our competencies affect emotional experiences, future behaviors, and long term psychological adjustment. As children grow, the structure of self esteem becomes increasingly complex. The structure of the self esteem depends on evaluative information available to children and their ability to process that information. At approximately the ages 5 to 7 years, children in diverse Western cultures have formed at least four broad self evaluations, including academic competence, social competence, physical or athletic competence, and physical appearance. Within these above self evaluations are more refined categories that become increasingly distinct with age. You will see on this table that the four categories of academic competence, social competence, physical competence, and physical appearance all fall under general self esteem. During the mid elementary school years and under academic competence, children usually evaluate themselves in terms of language and the arts, mathematics, and other school subjects. Social competence comprises the relationship the child has with peers and the relationship the child has with their parents. Physical competence is measured in terms of outdoor games with other children and playing sports. And finally, physical appearance is measured by the way the child thinks in terms of their attractiveness measured against other children. Note that emphasis on appearance through the media, among peers, and in society in general has major implications for satisfaction with the self in terms of physical appearance. During the first few years of elementary school, self-esteem declines. Why do you think that happens? Well, it is because small children have trouble distinguishing between their desired and their actual competence, and they usually rate their ability as extremely high and often underestimate the difficulty of the task. As children enter school and increasingly engage in social comparison, they adjust their self-esteem to a more realistic level that matches the opinions of others as well as objective performance. Children can protect their self-esteem during this time. They do this by balancing social comparison information with personal achievement goals. For this reason, a temporary drop in self-esteem during the school years are seldom harmful. From approximately the fourth grade and onwards, self-esteem rises and remains high for the majority of young people, feeling especially good about their peer relationships and athletic capabilities. The exception is the transition to adolescence. As you can imagine, there are many influences on self-esteem and reasons for why we evaluate ourselves in the ways that we do. Firstly, achievement in either of the aspects of self-esteem influences self-esteem positively. A child who performs well in academics will have high self-esteem in terms of academic competence, and also for the rest of the parts of self-esteem and vice versa. Secondly, culture has a profound impact on self-esteem. Self-esteem is not viewed in the same way in every culture, and what might account for healthy self-esteem in one culture might account for arrogance in another. Measurements of self-esteem are therefore highly dependent on culture. Finally, child rearing practices have a profound impact on a child's self-esteem. Children whose parents are warm and accepting and who provide reasonable expectations for mature behavior and engage in problem solving feel especially good about themselves. Problem solving where the child and a parent are engaged comprises the resolving of conflicts by collaborating with the child on a solution. Furthermore, warm and positive parenting where the parent accepts the child unconditionally result in a child that develops healthy self-esteem. As mentioned earlier in this lesson, achievement plays a positive role in the formation of healthy self-esteem. This contributes to further effort and gains in performance, What do you think parents can do to encourage and avoid undermining this mutually supportive relationship between motivation and self-esteem? Let us look into achievement-related attributions in terms hereof. What are attributions? Attributions, according to Burke, are our common everyday explanations for the causes of our behavior. As mentioned on the previous slide, attributions are our common everyday explanations for the causes of behavior. We group the causes of behavior into two broad categories, namely external environmental causes and internal psychological causes. Thereafter, we further divide psychological causes into two types, namely ability and effort. For example, if almost all the children in the class always get good grades for French, we can assume that the teacher sets up easy tests. However, if only Sally and two other pupils ever get A's in French tests, we attribute it to ability and effort, thus psychological causes. Note that for a variety of reasons, children differ in achievement motivation. This is the tendency to persist with challenging tasks, and these are just as important and noteworthy when considering attributions. Very young children have high expectations for themselves and value their attributes unrealistically until they start comparing their abilities with others. Some young children easily give up on difficult tasks, and they are called non-persisters. These children have a history of parental criticism of their worth and performance. In contrast, some of their enthusiastic peers most likely have parents who patiently encourage their children while offering information about how to succeed, and they are called persisters. Persisters tend to view themselves as good, and non-persisters tend to view themselves as bad. In this way, we can see that non-persisters already base their self-esteem entirely on others' judgments and not on their inner standards. Consequently, they may show early signs of maladaptive achievement behaviors that are more common in middle childhood. What is mastery and learned helplessness? Let us take a look. School-aged children become more able to distinguish their ability, effort, and external factors. They do so by explaining their performance because of an improvement in reasoning skills and frequent evaluative feedback. Children who are high in achievement motivation deliver mastery-orientated attributions, crediting their success to their ability, a characteristic they know they can improve on by trying harder and that they can count on when faced with new challenges. This is called the incremental view of ability, and it means that success can be achieved and results can be improved on through increased effort. This view influences how mastery-orientated children interpret negative events. They attribute failure to factors that can be changed or controlled, such as insufficient effort or a task being difficult. These children generally take an industrious and persistent approach to learning and mastery of new tasks. In contrast, children who develop learned helplessness attribute their failures and not their successes to their ability. Let us view learned helplessness. When these children succeed, they are likely to contribute their success as being external, such as luck that was the reason for their success. They hold an entity view of ability, which means that they cannot improve on tasks by trying harder or by putting in more effort. Why do you think some children develop mastery orientation and some develop learned helplessness? I know you thought about it. Adult communication and interaction play a role. Parents who hold an entity view of ability influence how children view and evaluate themselves, and their school grades conform more closely to parental ability judgments than those of children whose parents deny that ability is fixed. Children with a learned helplessness style often have parents who believe that their child is not very capable, believing that their child must work harder than others to succeed. The same accounts for messages from teachers. The types of beliefs teachers communicate about a child to the child have a great impact on whether the child fosters a positive achievement-related attribution and in turn a high or low self-esteem. Teachers who are caring and helpful and who emphasize learning goals tend to have mastery-orientated students. In a large study of 3rd to 8th graders, students who viewed their teachers as providing positive, supportive learning conditions worked harder and participated more in class. These are factors that predict high achievement, which sustain children's belief in value and effort. How could you foster a mastery-orientated approach with a child who has a learned helplessness approach? An intervention called attribution retraining encourages learned helplessness children to believe that they can overcome failure by exerting more effort, thereby training their brains to think differently. During attribution retraining, children are given tasks that are difficult enough to ensure some failure, followed by repeated feedback that helps them revise their attributions. A parent or teacher may say to the child, "You can do this, you must try harder." After they have succeeded, children receive more feedback that is in line with praising the child for succeeding and saying something like, "You are really good at this," or "You really tried hard on this task. Well done." Through this process, they start attributing their success to both ability and effort, and not just to chance. Another approach is to encourage low-effort students to focus less on their grades, but to focus more on the task for its own sake. Task mastering on its own will ultimately motivate the child to put more and more effort into task mastering, which will positively impact their levels of effort and inevitably improve their grades. Students, we are now at the second section of our lesson. This will entail how children learn to think about other people, becoming aware that they are separate from other people, perceiving other people and evaluating their actions, and how they start to address conflict with their peers. What does it mean to think about other people, and why should we think about other people? The importance of children understanding others is embedded in their developing an understanding of themselves. This is strongly linked with social cognition and becomes increasingly differentiated and well organized with age. Let us start with person perception. Person perception refers to how we perceive the attributes of those people with whom we are familiar. Person perception in childhood is studied by asking children to describe people they know, using methods that are similar to those that focus on a child's self-concept. Because a child has a self-concept of their own, they will use the same descriptions that they know of to describe others. When thinking about how children learn to perceive others, they must learn to understand others as having their own personality. The ways in which children describe themselves at the age of 8 is very much the same as how they describe others. Such descriptions focus on experiences, emotions and attitudes, concrete activities and behaviors. Over time, children learn about consistencies in the actions of people they know, and they mention basic personality traits. At first, they may refer to a friend as someone who always fights, cries, or lies. Such early descriptions of people are thus very basic. Later on, children mention personality traits more directly, but still in a very basic way. They may use vague and stereotypic language, such as the other person is being good, nice, or someone that acts smart. Gradually, sharper traits get noticed and are described as the person being honest, trustworthy, generous, polite, or selfish. Children become even more convinced of the stability of such dispositions. Even further development in terms of person perception and recognizing personality types happen during adolescence, which will be addressed in next lessons. Let us look at perspective taking. To be able to think about other people, one must have the ability to take perspective. especially trying or aiming to understand the other person from the perspective they are coming from. Perspective taking can be described as the capacity to imagine what other people may be thinking and feeling. Perspective taking is important for a wide variety of social and cognitive tasks, such as understanding the emotions of others, appreciating false beliefs, developing referential communication skills, self-concept, self-esteem, and person perception. Robert Selman devised a 5-stage sequence of perspective-taking skills based on young people's responses to social dilemmas, in which characters have differing information and opinions about an event. Let us look at Selman's stages of perspective-taking on the next slide. Let us take a look at the table on this slide that explains Selman's stages of perspective-taking. The first stage is level 0, and it is called undifferentiated perspective-taking. The age range is 3 to 6 years old, and at this stage, children recognize that the self and other can have different thoughts and feelings, but they frequently confuse the two. The second level is level 1, which is social informational perspective-taking, with the age range being 4 to 9. During this time, children start to understand that different perspectives may result because people have access to different information. The third stage is level 2, and it is called reflective perspective taking, and the age range for this is 7 to 12 years old. During this stage, children can step into another person's shoes and view their own thoughts, feelings, and behaviors from the other person's perspective. They also recognize that others can do the same. The fourth stage is level 3, and it is called third-party perspective taking, and the age range is really the adolescent years, from 10 to 15. During this stage, children can step outside a two-person situation and imagine how the self and other are viewed from the point of view of a third, impartial party. The fifth and final stage is level 4, and it is called societal perspective taking. The age range is age 14 or 15 to the adult stage. During this stage, individuals understand that third-party perspective taking can be influenced by one or more systems of larger societal values. What about perspective taking and social behavior? Instances in which adults and peers explain their points of view greatly contribute to children's perspective taking. Children who develop their perspective taking skills well are more likely to display empathy and sympathy and to handle difficult social situations. Finally, children and teenagers with poor social skills, such as those displaying angry and aggressive behaviors, have difficulty imagining the thoughts and feelings of others and are not so popular with their peers. Children with poor social skills and underdeveloped perspective-taking skills often mistreat adults and peers without experiencing guilt and remorse that are prompted by the awareness of another person's point of view. An interesting fact is that interventions that provide coaching and practice in perspective-taking help reduce antisocial behavior and increase empathy and pro-social responding. Students, can you see how important perspective taking is for building good relationships with others? To get along with peers, children need empathy and sympathy, and to display those behaviors, they should be able to view the other person from their perspective. With aggressive and angry behaviors, conflict is often unavoidable. Let us take a look at conflict from the vantage point of the relationships between people. How do we come to understand conflict and the relations between people? Children, even when they are good friends, sometimes experience conflict, and this may happen at an early age already. From preschool to the school years, conflict shifts from material concerns to mental and social issues. Social conflicts provide an opportunity for social problem solving. Social problem solving can be explained as the generation of new ideas and applying strategies that prevent or resolve disagreements, resulting in outcomes that are both acceptable to others and beneficial to the self. Children's social problem solving skills depend on their mental state, their knowledge of social rules, representations of past social experiences, and social expectations. Social problem solving profoundly affect peer relations. Children who get along well with their peers interpret social cues accurately, formulate goals such as being helpful to peers, thereby enhancing their relationship. Successful problem solving children have a range of effective problem solving strategies, such as asking to play and requesting an explanation when they do not understand a peer's behavior. How can we improve social problem solving? Intervening with children who have weak social problem solving skills can enhance their development in several ways. Besides improving peer relations, effective problem solving gives children a sense of mastery in the face of stressful life events. It reduces the risk of adjustment difficulties in children from low socioeconomic families and those with troubled families. So how can we teach children social problem solving? The intervention should aim to anticipate problems before they escalate and help children identify possible solutions. Imagine you were a teacher at a preschool with a low budget for toys. Because of the low budget, you could only buy one toy for the class, and of course, every child wants to play with it. How will you handle the conflict and through this process teach problem-solving skills? The following approach might be helpful. You might want to teach a problem-solving procedure. This procedure may entail teaching the children the skill of identification of the problem. You want to encourage them to think about solutions. Ask them to think about what will happen if the child takes a specific action according to the solution. Ask them to imagine how the other child will feel about this action. And encourage the children to try the solution. To further enhance children's problem-solving skills in a social way, you may also want to do the following. Role play with puppets or dolls and act out a scenario in which one puppet does not want to share the toy. Prompt the children for ideas on how they think the puppets should solve their problem. As children come up with solutions, write them down and talk about them with the children. Talk to the children about which solutions will work and which are fair. Talk about the solutions as a group and have pictures available for children to look at while they are solving real problems. And praise them for using solutions. Teach children to take turns by implementing some of the solutions and talk with them about what solutions work best. Read stories about friendship skills and talk about the characters' emotions and how the characters handle social situations. Students, we are now at the end of section 2 of this lesson. We will now commence with morality development in the early years. Morality continues to develop well into the adolescent years and even early adulthood, and this will be discussed in lessons to come. Before we commence with the final section of our lesson, I want to tell you about what is to come in lesson 5 of this module. In this next lesson, we will consider the adolescent years. Physical development will be addressed as well as sexual development, which is sparked by rapid hormonal changes. We will touch on gender roles in adolescence and the development of potential problems in terms of behavior during these years. Adolescence is a time in which a lot of changes appear. Some adolescents enjoy this period and some find it extremely challenging, as you will see in our next lesson. The last section of this lesson will entail early childhood moral development. The development of morality and moral behaviors is extremely important for the developing child, as this will greatly influence the adolescent and adult the child will become in terms of their identities. So what is morality? Oxford Languages define morality as the principles concerning the distinction between what is right and wrong, or good and bad behavior. Similar to this definition, morality can also be explained as a system of values and principles of conduct, and the extent to which an action is right or wrong. Have you ever wondered how a young child starts developing morality, or how moral development takes place? Let us look into early childhood moral development. It is usually between the ages of 2 to 5 when young children start showing morally based behaviors and beliefs. For example, Stephanie may see Josh take the blocks out of Tom's hands and say, "Josh, you're going to get into trouble." At this point, many children start to show empathy based guilt when they break the rules. Continuing with our example, if Josh were to see Tom crying because his toys were taken from him, he might feel slightly bad for hurting Tom's feelings. If Josh were an even younger child, he would only feel bad if he were punished for taking the blocks rather than for making someone else feel bad. As you remember, Jean Piaget developed a theory of cognitive development. He also went further to compile a theory of moral development. Piaget suggests that moral development is a constructivist process whereby the interplay of action and thoughts builds moral concepts. Piaget was interested in what children thought during their actions and not in what their actions were, such as breaking the rules or acting in the right or wrong ways. By being interested in their thought, he was therefore interested in their moral reasoning. Piaget was interested in three main aspects of children's understanding of moral issues, and these include children's understanding of rules, leading to questions like where do rules come from, can rules be changed, and who makes the rules. Children's understanding of moral responsibility, leading to questions such as who is to blame for bad things. Is it the outcome of behavior that makes an action bad? And is there a difference between accidental and deliberate wrongdoing? Children's understanding of justice, leading to questions such as should the punishment fit the crime? And are the guilty ones always punished? Through his research, Piaget found that children's ideas with regards to rules, moral judgments, and punishment tended to change as they got older. He therefore introduced stages to children's moral development. Piaget suggested two types of moral thinking, namely heteronomous morality or moral realism and autonomous morality or moral relativism. Let's look at Piaget's moral realism. This stage takes place from 5 to 9 years and means morality imposed from the outside. According to Piaget, children in this stage regard morality as obeying other people's rules and laws, which are unchangeable. They adopt the notion that all rules are made by authority figures, such as parents, teachers, or God, and that breaking them will lead to immediate and severe punishment, called imminent justice. The function of any punishment is to make the guilty party suffer, in that the severity of the punishment should be in line with the severity of the wrongdoing, which is called expiatory punishment. Children view rules as absolute and unchanging. Behavior by the child is judged as being bad in terms of the consequences, regardless of the intentions or reasons for that behavior. Therefore, a large amount of accidental bad behavior is viewed as far worse than a small mistake a child might have made. When doing wrong and being punished, children view this punishment as if it was some kind of punishment from God or from some kind of superior force. For young children, justice is seen as being part of the nature of things. The guilty parties in their views are always punished, and the natural world is like a policeman. The morality described here is heteronomous morality because it means that morality is formed out of being subject to another's rules. Let us talk about autonomous morality. Piaget's stage of autonomous morality is also known as moral relativism, which is morality that is based on one's own rules. With autonomous morality, children recognize that there is no absolute right or wrong, and that morality depends on intentions and not necessarily consequences. Piaget believed that by the age of 9 to 10 years, children's understanding of morality has undergone a fundamental reorganization. By this time, they are beginning to overcome their egocentric views of themselves and have developed the ability to see moral rules from other people's points of view. A A child who can take the intentions and circumstances of others into account can move to make more independent moral judgments during the second stage. Hence, the ideas that children have of the nature of rules, moral responsibility, and on punishment and justice change, and their thinking about these become more like that of an adult. During this stage, children realize that rules don't come from some mystical or divine like source, that people make rules, and that some rules can be changed. In terms of issues such as blame and moral responsibility, older children in this stage don't only consider the consequences, but they also consider the motives of their own and others' actions. For example, children who behave in the wrong way but with good intentions start to realize that they will not necessarily be punished. Hence, for them, a well intentioned act that turned out negatively is less blameworthy than a malicious act that inflicted no harm. With regards to punishment, in this stage the emphasis now shifts from retribution to restitution. The purpose of the punishment is not primarily to make the guilty suffer, but to correct things such as bad behavior. Punishment should therefore be aimed at helping the offender understand the harm that they have caused so that the motivation of not repeating the offense is instilled, and wherever possible, the punishment should fit the crime. For example, someone who has vandalized something should, as punishment, restore that which they have vandalized. Older children in this stage of morality development realize that justice in real life is an imperfect system. Students, we are almost at the end of our lesson. Let us have a look at Piaget's final thoughts on moral development. Overall, Piaget describes the morality of the older child as an autonomous morality, that is, a morality that is subject to its own laws. The change is the result of cognitive development due to a decline in egocentrism and partly to the peer group becoming more important to the child. The reference group for children's moral beliefs increasingly focuses on other children, and disputes arise to negotiate equal needs and compromises that must be made to ensure all parties are in agreement in terms of morality. Students, this is the end of this lesson. Let us do a recap and let me tell you about additional information related to this lesson. In this lesson, we considered the self and social understanding. We further considered how children learn to think and consider other people, and we addressed the ways in which children learn moral development in early childhood. My aim was also to address aggression and how to curb it. Aggression is the opposite of morality, and if a child continues with high levels of aggression, they will most likely start to exhibit antisocial behavior. However, it could not be added into this lesson, so I decided to put the information in your summary notes. So download your summary notes for the information on aggression and what parents can do to help their children learn more positive behaviors so that they can get along with their peers better. Students, this concludes lesson 4 for module 3 of your course diploma in psychology. I can't wait to see you soon for our lesson on adolescence, lesson 5.
Lesson 5, okay. Uncle 3, lesson 4. Start now. function of this. To describe it, maturity is developed. Child's maturity is rather age really, but it's really how they grew up, not their age. On everyday explanations. Huh? Oh, okay. So the game is covering what I'm looking at. Got it. I see. Common everyday explanations of behavior. Consequences. Objective. Assist. And another person's perspective. Hmm. submission, I think. Submit. Hmm. Five, four, three, two, and a one. Perfect. Whatever. 25%. No, I just need to be more cognitive content.
Students, the day has arrived that we talk about adolescence. In today's lesson, we will address development during adolescence, the way in which adolescents' moods change as a result of an increase in hormonal activity, and how adolescence is a transition period into early adulthood. Adolescence is not only a period of increased physical growth, but psychological factors also play a role, and the adolescent population is at a greater risk for developing mental health and general physical concerns. I hope you enjoy this lesson. For this lesson, we have three core objectives. Firstly, we will discuss the physical transition into adulthood. Then we will consider the psychological impact of pubertal events on the adolescent. And finally, we'll address puberty and adolescent health. Students, this is the start of our lesson. I can't wait to share all the knowledge that the field of psychology provides us with in terms of a teenager's physical, emotional, and psychological health. Let us start our lesson. Did you know that adolescents are drawn to novel experiences? At the time of adolescence or puberty, the brain becomes more responsive to the neurotransmitter dopamine. Dopamine is responsible for feeling good or experiencing feelings of reward. Adolescents are more likely than children or adults to be drawn to novel and intense experiences because of hormonal changes in this period. Also, if there's a possibility for an increase in social status, an adolescent will engage more easily in a novel experience. When a child reaches puberty, they grow into an adult-sized body and becomes capable of procreation. During this time, rapid physical growth takes place, as well as changes in physical features in terms of sexual functioning. In this first part of the lesson, we will consider the child becoming an adolescent and transitioning into adulthood. Let us start. Adolescence is a time of rapid growth in terms of physical development. This is due to the changes in sex hormones that impact on the skeleton. Boys' shoulders broaden relative to their hips, and girls' hips broaden relative to their shoulders and waist. Boys end up being larger than girls, with their legs being longer in relation to the rest of their bodies because they have 2 extra years of pre-adolescent growth where their legs are growing the fastest. Muscle gain rapidly increases around adolescence. Both sexes gain a lot of muscle at puberty, with this increase being 150% greater for boys who develop larger skeletal muscles, heart and lung capacity. The number of red blood cells influencing the ability to carry oxygen from the lungs to the muscles increases in boys but not in girls. Altogether, boys gain far more muscle strength than girls, which contribute to their superior athletic performance during the teenage years. Let's talk about skeletal growth. This is when the hormones of puberty speed up bone growth. Bones don't only get longer and wider, but they also get more dense or thicker and stronger. People generally reach the largest and densest bone mass by the late teens or early 20s. As early as the age of 30, some bones begin to slowly lose mass as a normal process of aging. What are the factors that interfere with healthy bone development? Let's consider these. Hormone-related disorders, such as human growth hormone deficiency or a deficiency in testosterone or estrogen. Chronic diseases, such as rheumatoid arthritis and inflammatory bowel disease. Cancer and diseases that lead to immobility, such as muscular dystrophy and cerebral palsy. Certain medications, such as corticosteroids and drugs that suppress the immune system. Behaviors such as prolonged inactivity, excessive exercise that stops the menstrual cycle, smoking, or eating disorders. Nutritional disorders such as obesity, malnutrition, and vitamin C deficiency. What can adolescents do to build healthy bones? Besides having enough human growth hormone, estrogen, testosterone, vitamin D, calcium, protein, and exercising, maintaining a healthy weight is imperative for bone health. Calcium is the main building block of strong, healthy bone, and vitamin D assists the body to absorb calcium. Finally, other minerals such as phosphorus and magnesium and micronutrients found in a healthy diet are helpful for building healthy bones. Let us take a look into how the muscles and the bones work together in growth during adolescence. Weight-bearing exercise, where you use your muscles, such as running and jumping, help to strengthen muscles and bones. Adolescents with well-developed muscles are likely to build strong bones. The pressure the muscles put on the bones with movement increases signals in the bones themselves that allow them to get stronger over time. Boys usually reach a higher peak bone mass than girls, and when compared to girls, they are less likely to develop osteoporosis as they age. Girls who never start menstruating because of rigorous exercise or stop menstruating often have lower estrogen levels, which can harm their bone health development. In return, underweight boys or those with delayed puberty may have to have hormonal supplementation in order to support the accumulation of bone growth. Let us move on to the sexual characteristics of development that often occur during puberty or adolescence. Primary sexual characteristics are concerned with the reproductive organs and usually include the ovaries, uterus, and vagina in females, and the penis, scrotum, and testes in males. Other characteristics are secondary and are visible on the outside of the body. These serve as additional signs of sexual maturity, such as females developing breasts and the appearance of underarm and pubic hair in both genders. Puberty or adolescence generally lasts approximately 4 years, whereas some adolescents complete the state in 2 years, and some take 5 to 6 years. It really depends on the individual. Let's first consider sexual maturation in girls. Female puberty starts with the budding of the girl's breasts at the age of between 8 and 13 years. A rapid growth spurt occurs with the appearance of pubic hair. Menarche, which is the girl's first menstruation, typically occurs between the ages of 12 and 15, but is more common between 12 and 13 years. The scientific name for the first menstruation is menarche, a Greek word for meaning beginning. Even though most view the first menstruation as the beginning of puberty, the reality is that puberty starts earlier. Menstruation is said to actually occur late in the pubertal cycle. Following menarche, the breast and pubic hair growth are completed and underarm hair appears. Nature delays sexual maturity for girls until the girl's body is large enough for childbearing, and therefore menarche takes place after the peak of the height spurt. After menarche, the menstruation cycle is rarely regular for approximately 12 to 18 months. However, this temporary period of sterility should not be relied on to prevent an unwanted pregnancy. about sexual maturation for boys. What happens as boys enter adolescence? The first sign of puberty for boys occurs when the testes start to enlarge at the age of 10. The testes are the glands that manufacture sperm. Also, the scrotum changes color and texture. Soon after this, pubic hair emerges, and at the same time, the penis starts to enlarge. The growth spurt in height occurs much later in the sequence of pubertal events for boys than for girls. For boys, the gain in height lasts for a longer period, and it is more intense. When the growth spurt has reached its peak around the age of 14, the enlargement of the testes and penis is nearly complete, and the underarm hair appears soon after. Facial and body hair also appear after the peak of the growth spurt and gradually increase for several years. Another characteristic of adolescence for boys is the deepening of the voice as the larynx of the boy enlarges and the vocal cords lengthen. Voice change usually occurs at the peak of the male growth spurt and is often not complete until puberty is over. While the penis is growing, the prostate gland and seminal vesicles produce semen that contains sperm. Around the age of 13 and a half years, spermachy, or the first ejaculation, occurs. For a while, the semen contains just a few living sperm, and like girls, boys also have an initial period of reduced fertility. Students, let us talk about individual and group differences in pubertal growth, starting with heredity. Heredity substantially contributes to the timing of pubertal changes. Identical twins are far more similar than fraternal twins in the attainment of most pubertal milestones. What do you think the effect of nutrition and exercise are on pubertal growth? Well, we know that nutrition and exercise greatly contribute to the differences between children entering and completing puberty. In females, a sharp rise in body weight and especially fat that triggers sexual maturation. Fat cells release a chemical called leptin. Leptin signals the girl's brain that her energy stores are sufficient for puberty. In contrast, girls who partake in rigorous athletic training at an early age and eat very little, both of which reduce the percentage of body fat, usually experience puberty later. Note that a significant drop in body fat, lower than 50%, causes puberty to be significantly delayed. How about the different regions across the world and socioeconomic status? How do you think these affect pubertal growth? Variations between pubertal growth exist between world regions and between socioeconomic status and ethnic groups. Physical health plays a vital role, with some nations having an increased or decreased level of general health overall. In poverty-stricken areas of the world, where malnutrition and infectious diseases are common, menarche is greatly delayed, occurring as late as between the ages of 14 to 16 years. Within developing countries, girls from high-income families consistently reach menarche 6 to 18 months earlier than those from disadvantaged homes. In industrialized nations, where food is scarce, the joint roles of heredity and the environment in pubertal growth are evident. Early family experiences may also have an influence on pubertal development. Theoretical views suggest that humans have developed to become sensitive to their childhood environment. When a child's safety and security are at risk, it is adaptive for them to reproduce earlier. A number of studies indicate that girls who are exposed to parental violence and conflict, separation or divorce, tend to reach menarche earlier than those with warm and stable family environments. Students, this is the end of the first section of our lesson. We will now move on to discuss the psychological impact of pubertal events. Is puberty inevitably a period of storm and stress for both the teenager and parent? Let us look at the psychological impact that puberty has on the adolescent and the family or parent. Certain problems such as eating disorders, depression, and suicide occur more in adolescence. The overall rate of serious psychological disturbances rises only slightly with approximately 2% from childhood to adolescence, where it reaches the same rate as that for adults, which is 20%. Although some teenagers encounter serious difficulties, emotional turbulence is not a routine feature for everyone. All societies and areas are different to each other. Please note that tribal and village societies have a briefer transition into adulthood, whilst adolescence is not absent. In industrialized nations, where adolescents have to attend high school and colleges to participate in the economy, ensures their dependence on their parents and result in the postponement of sexual gratification. Because of the above, adolescence is greatly extended and teenagers face a wide array of psychological challenges, such as a delay in sexual gratification. You've probably heard about adolescent mood swings or moodiness before. Well, that is true, and there are many reasons for that. Let us venture into adolescent moodiness for a while. Several studies reveal that on average, adolescents experience more moodiness in general than adults and their younger peers. This can be attributed to negative events such as difficulties getting along with parents, disciplinary actions at school, or breaking up with a boyfriend or girlfriend. Negative events increase steadily from childhood to adolescence, and teenagers seem to react to them with greater emotion than younger children. Studies reveal that moods for younger teenagers between 12 to 16 years were less stable than for older teenagers, often varying from cheerful to sad and back again. These mood swings were strongly related to situational changes. Adolescence is a time where teenagers need to develop more autonomy from their parents, and they get very irritable when they want to venture out from their parents who don't allow them to venture out to develop autonomy with their friends. They are busy developing into young adults and must learn to socialize and get around in the world more independently. It is for this reason that social activities for adolescents are high on the list of priority. These activities are often at the top end of activities that they enjoy, whereas time spent with family, at school, or at religious services are less enjoyable for them. They tend to be much happier when they are with their friends on a Friday or Saturday night, especially in high school. Going out with friends and romantic partners increases dramatically during adolescence in such a way that it becomes a cultural script for what is supposed to happen. Another contributor to adolescent moodiness is the change in their sleep schedules. Teenagers need as much sleep as they needed when they were in middle childhood, which is 9 hours. But with a busier social schedule, this tends to change. Hence, teenagers don't get enough sleep in as they should. This lack of sleep often causes more moodiness in adolescence. Sleep-deprived adolescents, according to Burke, are more likely to suffer from depressed moods, to achieve poorly in school, and engage in high-risk taking behaviors, including drinking alcohol and reckless driving. Are you a parent of an adolescent? What can you do to engage with them better? Keep your cool when you deal with a cranky and moody teenager. Raising your voice or using sarcasm will only make the situation worse. Reply in a calm, firm manner and hold your teen accountable for disrespectful backtalk and behavior. Encourage healthy sleep habits because an overtired or sleep-deprived teen is likely to experience difficulty in regulating their emotions. And finally, encourage good nutrition and enough exercise. What happens with the parent-child relationship when the child enters adolescence? Let's have a look, because this path often is not without trouble. As children enter adolescence, they tend to spend less time with their family members. They form new opinions about things and become more argumentative. Research studies suggest
under your bed?
like this as the United States and Turkey, but
Okay, that's not the slide.
to a rise in parent-child conflict. This might be because during this time, both parents and teens tend to report feeling less close to one another. The frequency of arguing is similar across North American subcultures, occurring as often in families of European descent as in immigrant Asian and Hispanic families, whose traditions emphasize respect for parental authority. So why should teenagers evolutionary view, association may have an adaptive value. Among non-human primates, the young typically leave the family around the time of puberty, and the same is true in many non-industrialized cultures. The departure of young people discourages sexual relationships between close blood relatives. As mentioned earlier, adolescents in industrialized nations, while still economically dependent on their parents, cannot leave the family, and this is most likely why conflict escalates during this time. Consequently, a hypothesis of psychological distancing has emerged. As children physically mature, they demand to be treated in more adult-like ways, and they form new powers of reasoning. And this may also contribute to a rise in family tensions. Arguments between parents and adolescents focus mainly on mundane issues such as types of friends, curfews, homework, school grades, and the like. But beneath these disputes lie serious concerns, such as the parents' efforts to protect teenagers from substance abuse, automobile accidents, and early sexual behaviors. The larger the gap between parents and their teenagers' quarrels regarding the teenagers' readiness for new responsibilities, the more quarreling there will be between parents and adolescents. Parent-daughter conflict tends to be more intense than conflict with sons, perhaps because parents place more social restrictions to protect their girls. This gender disparity varies with culture and is less evident in Canada and Italy, where gender role values are more traditional. And finally, by late adolescence, only a small number of families still experience continuing friction. After the adolescent years, parents and their older children generally agree on important values such as honesty and education and have reached a mutual understanding of each other. We have heard about adolescent moodiness and some conflict between parents and their adolescents. But when is it time to worry and seek some professional help? Extreme mood swings can sometimes be a sign of a bigger problem for teens. If your teen seems to struggle to keep their friends because of their mood swings that are so severe, or when getting through a school day is difficult, there may be an underlying mental health illness. Depression, bipolar disorder, or anxiety disorders are just a few of the many mental health issues that commonly emerge during adolescence. But please don't panic. Many of these illnesses are very successfully treatable, hence the importance of seeking help when needed. Students, we are nearing the third phase of our lesson. And before we go any further, I want to tell you about what is to come in lesson 6 of your course diploma in psychology. This lesson will address the most common psychological disorders that are diagnosed during childhood and adolescence. Some disorders develop during childhood and are treated successfully. However, some disorders are lifelong disorders and are treated with therapy or medication. We will speak about the characteristics of the disorders as well as causes for them. And lastly, we will address treatment strategies for them. I hope you are excited about this lesson that's coming next week. Did you know about death by suicide in adolescents? According to the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, suicide is the third leading cause of death among teens who are 15 to 24 years old. It is the sixth leading cause of death among children ages 5 to 14 years old. Students, if you are a teenager or if you are a mother of a teenager, be vigilant for signs of depression. Talks about suicide and changes in usual behavior in your teenagers. We want to protect our teenagers against suicidal thoughts and suicide at all times. If your teenager speaks about suicide, it is time to immediately seek help of a professional. With this, students, we are now moving on to the third and final section of our lesson, called Adolescent Health. Students, during this stage of the lesson, we will talk about adolescent health concerns. And in talking about it, we will discuss the following: eating disorders, sexuality, and adolescent pregnancy and parenthood. Let us start with eating disorders. There are two eating disorders commonly associated with adolescents, namely anorexia nervosa and bulimia nervosa. We'll commence to just call them anorexia and bulimia from here on. Anorexia is a serious eating disorder in which adolescent girls gay or bisexual boys are vulnerable. For the sake of this lesson, we will speak about girls and their illness, because girls suffer from the illness much more than do boys. But remember, boys are not excluded from suffering from anorexia. Girls who reach puberty early, or who are very dissatisfied with their body image, and who grow up in homes where there is a high concern for weight and thinness, are at a higher risk for developing an eating problem or disorder. Anorexia is an eating disorder in which a young person starves themselves because of a compulsive fear of getting fat. Approximately 1% of North American girls and Western European teenage girls are affected. Anorexic sufferers have a distorted body image, and even as they become severely underweight, they still view themselves as being overweight. Most of these girls go onto self-imposed diets that are so strict that they struggle to avoid eating in response to hunger. To enhance weight loss, they may also engage in rigorous exercise programs. Anorexic sufferers, in their effort to attain the perfect weight, lose between 25% to 50% of their body weight. A normal menstrual cycle requires approximately 50% of total body fat, and oftentimes with anorexics, menarche or continued menstrual cycles stop to occur because the person's body fat percentage is too low. Malnutrition, as is the case with anorexia, has additional consequences, such as pale skin, brittle and discolored nails, and fine dark hairs all over the body, and an extreme sensitivity to cold. Anorexia can become fatal if an intervention is not introduced soon enough, and some of the person's organs can fail to operate, especially the heart muscle that shrinks, the kidneys failing, and irreversible brain damage and the loss of bone mass that can be consequences. Approximately 6% of anorexic sufferers die of this disorder. You might be wondering why some persons develop anorexia and some don't. Research has revealed the following information. It is often the forces within the person, the family, and the larger community or culture that may aid in the development of anorexia. Identical twins share the disorder more often than fraternal twins, indicating a genetic influence. Abnormalities in the neurotransmitters in the brain have been found that are related to anxiety and impulse control, and have been considered to make some teenagers more susceptible than others to develop the illness. Also, problem eating when little, such as persistently refusing to eat or eating very little, is linked to anorexia in adolescence. Let's consider the general characteristics or traits of those who develop anorexia. Many anorexics have extremely high standards for their behavior and performance, and they come across as emotionally inhibited and avoid intimate ties outside of the family. This can be the consequence of anorexics wanting to hide the condition from their peers. Because of the high standards they have for themselves, these girls are often excellent students who are responsible and well-behaved. However, the societal image of thin is beautiful contributes greatly to the poor body image of many of these girls, especially early maturing girls who have a great risk of developing anorexia. Do you wonder whether there are parental influences in terms of developing the illness? Let's consider what the literature tells us. Parent-adolescent interactions have revealed problems related to adolescent autonomy. It has been found that some mothers of anorexia girls often have high expectations for physical appearance, achievement, and social acceptance, and are overprotective and controlling. However, this is not always the case. In return, the fathers of anorexic girls tend to be emotionally distant, and instead of rebelling overtly, anorexic girls do so covertly, by fiercely pursuing perfection in achievement, respectable behavior, and thinness. Nevertheless, it remains unclear as to whether maladaptive parent-child relationships precede the disorder, emerge as a response to it, or both. Is anorexia treatable, and how do we treat it? Firstly, anorexic girls are known to deny or minimize the seriousness of their condition, and that makes treatment difficult. In life-threatening cases, hospitalization is often the only solution to getting the teenager to healthy levels of weight again. The most successful treatment for anorexia
That's
is the
way
family treatment
fast.
approach, in which the whole family and the relations between family members and the intricacies in terms of what is going on in the home are analyzed and
But
discussed.
still, if it's kilometers,
In addition,
it's still quite
medication is
fast,
also
Daddy.
prescribed to correct the neurotransmitter imbalance of anxiety and impulse control in the brain of such patients.
That's what I'm saying,
This is
Daddy.
a supplementary approach, behavior modification, in which hospitalized anorexics are rewarded with praise, social contact, and opportunities to exercise when they eat again and gain weight, has also proved to be helpful. The sad fact is that still only 50% of anorexics ever fully recover. Some anorexics develop a less severe eating disorder called bulimia, and the debilitating anxiety associated with both eating disturbances unfortunately put them at a greater risk for major depression in adolescence and adulthood. Class, this was a quick run through of anorexia. Let us now move on to discuss bulimia. Bulimia is another eating disorder that is common amongst adolescent girls, but as with anorexia, gay and bisexual boys are also vulnerable. In bulimia, young people engage in strict dieting and excessive exercise, accompanied by binge eating. The binge eating is often followed by deliberate vomiting and purging with laxatives. Bulimia is more common than anorexia, affecting approximately 2 to 4% of teenage girls, with only 5% of them who have ever been anorexic. Again, twin studies show that bulimia, like anorexia, is influenced by heredity. Being overweight and an early developer are risk factors for developing bulimia. What are the characteristics of bulimia? Like anorexics, those suffering from bulimia are often perfectionistic. Others simply lack self-control, not just in eating, but also in other parts of their lives. Some have engaged in petty shoplifting and alcohol abuse before. Like anorexics, those with bulimia share the pathological anxiety about gaining weight. And they may have experienced their parents as disengaged and emotionally unavailable. Unlike anorexics, bulimics feel depressed and guilty about their abnormal eating habits and are more desperate to get help than anorexics. Therefore, bulimia is often easier to treat because of the help-seeking behavior of the sufferers. Treatment includes support groups, nutrition education, training in eating habits, and the use of anti-anxiety and antidepressant and appetite control medication. Students, these are the most common disorders diagnosed during adolescence. Together with anxiety and depression, as you have noticed, let us now move on to sexuality as part of adolescent health. With the arrival of puberty, hormonal changes, and in particular the production of androgens in young people of both genders, it leads to an increase in their sex drive. In response to these hormonal changes and an increase in sex drive, teenagers become concerned about how to manage their sexualities in their social relationships. New cognitive capacities that involve perspective taking and self-reflection affect their efforts to do so. However, the young person's sexuality is heavily influenced by social context. The exposure to sex, education about it, and efforts to limit the sexual curiosity of children and adolescents vary widely around the world. At the one end of the spectrum, some Middle Eastern countries murder girls for losing their virginity before marriage. At the other end of the spectrum are several Asian and Pacific Island groups that have highly permissive sexual attitudes and practices, where adolescents are encouraged to engage in sexual activities with a variety of partners. In general, sexual attitudes in North America are quite restrictive. Studies show that parents do not engage in providing their teenagers with information about sex, or providing them with very little information about sex. When young people in North America become interested in sex, only 50% report getting information from their parents about intercourse, pregnancy prevention, and sexually transmitted diseases. Many parents avoid meaningful discussions about sex because of fear or embarrassment or concern that the teenager will not take them seriously. However, warm and open discussions about sex facilitate to adopt the parents' view on sex and also it facilitates a reduced rate of sexual risk-taking. Adolescents who do not get sex education from their parents are likely to get it from friends, the media, books, magazines, and the internet. In the United States, during prime time, 80% of programs contain sexual content. Target adolescents generally also watch television. Most of these shows portray their characters to be spontaneous about sex, to be passionate and taking no steps to avoid pregnancy or sexually transmitted diseases. The internet is another dangerous sex educator, as there is a lot of sexual content that is not meant to be experienced by adolescents. Adolescents thus get exposed to sex too early and they learn about it from the wrong channels, placing them in a great health risk category. Adolescents in the Western world thus receive mixed messages. On the one hand, adults emphasize that sex at an early age and outside marriage is wrong, but on the other hand, the social environment advertises sexual excitement, experimentation, and promiscuity. Class, we are nearing the end of our lesson. Our last concept to discuss is adolescent pregnancy and parenthood. Let's continue with that. It is estimated that approximately 750,000 to 850,000 teenage girls in the United States, which is 20%, who have had sexual intercourse, fall pregnant annually. Many of them are under the age of 15 years. Three factors heighten the incidence of adolescent pregnancies. Effective sex education does not reach enough teenagers. Convenient, low-cost contraceptive services for adolescents are scarce, and many families live in poverty, which encourages risky sexual behavior without considering the implications of their behavior. Approximately 40% of pregnancies end in abortion in the US and 50% in Canada, and therefore the number of births from teenage pregnancies are lower than the past few decades. However, teenage parenthood remains a problem, since most teenagers don't marry before childbirth. An increase in social acceptance of single motherhood, along with feelings of guilt, or that the baby might fill a void in the mother's life. Very few girls give up their infants for adoption. What are the risks of adolescent parenthood? Becoming a parent is challenging enough. However, for teenagers, it is even more challenging, since they have not found a clear sense of direction for their lives before becoming a parent. As mentioned before, teenage motherhood is linked with economic disadvantage, and therefore teenage parents are much more likely to be poorer than their age mates who postpone childbearing. In return, their backgrounds often include low parental warmth and involvement, domestic violence and child abuse, repeated parental divorce and remarriage, adult models of early unmarried parenthood, and residents in which other adolescents display the same risks and behaviors. Girls at risk for early pregnancy do poorly in school, engage in alcohol and drug abuse, have a childhood history of aggressive and antisocial behavior, associate with deviant peers, and experience high rates of depression. After unrewarding school experiences and poverty, many adolescent girls turn to early parenthood as a way to move into adulthood when educational and career avenues are unavailable. Many teenage girls who fall pregnant are using drugs or alcohol and are economically disadvantaged, and because of that, there is a great risk for low birth rate for the infant. Adolescent mothers are often not educated about motherhood and are not well versed about child development. They react to their children less effectively and are often abusive towards their children. Their children tend to score lower in intelligence testing, achieve poorly in school, and engage in disruptive social behavior. Furthermore, adolescent parenthood is often repeated in the next generation. Students, we are almost at the end of our lesson. Let us lastly consider preventative strategies for adolescent parenthood. The most effective strategies found to prevent early parenthood include sex education programs, which include the following: teaching the adolescent how to handle sexual situations, including refusal skills for avoiding sexual behaviors, and communication skills for improving contraceptive use. They offer role-playing activities for teenagers to practice the above-mentioned skills. The programs offer clear and accurate messages that are appropriate for the adolescent's culture and sexual experiences. They last long enough to have an impact. They provide specific information about contraceptives and make these accessible. Furthermore, intervention strategies should also include interventions with teenage mothers, providing them with education, helping them get enough nutrition for a healthy pregnancy, and educating them about parenthood to stop the cycle of adolescent pregnancy in their future generations. This should help decrease the rate of early pregnancy across adolescents. Students, this concludes Lesson 5 for Module 3 of your course diploma in psychology. I will see you soon for our lesson on disorders diagnosed during childhood. Lesson 6.
Yeah, 1581. And Monster Firefox. Okay, don't fully remember. Which is the side effect right now.
Students, the day has arrived that we talk about adolescence. In today's lesson, we will address development.
I'm thinking it's lesson 6. Yeah, it's lesson 6.
Welcome to Lesson 6 of Module 3 for your course diploma in psychology. Today's lesson comprises disorders that are usually diagnosed during childhood. In this lesson, I shall introduce you to the characteristics of the disorders, diagnostic criteria as stated in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, number 5, or otherwise called the DSM-5, in addition to providing you with some information as to the possible causes for the disorders. I hope you enjoyed the lesson with me, and happy learning. For this lesson, we have 3 core objectives, with the overarching goal of explaining the disorders usually diagnosed in childhood. Firstly, we will address intellectual disability, separation anxiety disorder, and elimination disorder. Secondly, I shall explain communication disorders, autism spectrum disorder, and learning disorders. And finally, I shall consider attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, also called ADHD, and conduct disorder. Students, let us commence with our addressing of childhood disorders today. There is so much information on these disorders, and you are welcome to read up more on it if you need to, or if you want more information at your disposal. Did you to know about the 5 main areas of child development. These include cognitive development, social and emotional development, speech and language development, fine motor skill development, and gross motor skill development. Today we will address problems in the development in some of these above areas. Let's commence with our lesson. Class, this is officially the start of our lesson. We'll commence with speaking about intellectual disability, previously called mental retardation, whereafter we will address separation anxiety disorder and elimination disorders. We will start with intellectual disability. Intellectual disability shows deficits in intellectual and adaptive functioning, and is usually diagnosed during childhood. A summary of the diagnostic criteria as listed in the DSM-5 includes the following deficits in intellectual functioning. It includes problems with reasoning, problem solving, planning, abstract thinking, judgment, academic learning, which is the ability to learn in school or in a traditional academic setting, and experiential training, which is the ability to learn through experience, trial and error, and observation. Deficits or impairments in adaptive functioning are related to skills that an individual needs to live independently and in a responsible manner. These deficits are related to life skills that are required to achieve age-appropriate standards of behavior. Deficits in adaptive functioning are measured using standardized and culturally appropriate tests. The skills measured in terms of adaptive functioning include communication skills, referring to the ability to convey information from one person to another through words and actions. Communication skills ensure the necessity to understand others and express oneself by using words or actions. Social skills. Social skills entail the ability to effectively interact with others on a social level, comply with social rules, customs, and standards of public behavior. Personal independence at home or in a community setting refers to the ability to take care of oneself at home, with some examples being to have the ability to bathe, dress, and feed oneself. School and or work functioning refers to the ability to adhere to the standard of functioning at school or work, including the ability to gain knowledge, skills, and abilities through learning. Deficits in mental abilities are measured by IQ tests. A significant cognitive deficit would be diagnosed with a person scoring approximately 2 standard deviations below average for the population. Approximately 2.5% of the population is diagnosed with an intellectual disability, or stated differently, 97.5% of the population of the same age and culture would score higher. Tests used to measure intelligence is called IQ or intelligence quotient tests and must be standardized and culturally appropriate. A person with an intellectual disability will have a score of 70 or below on a standardized IQ test. Such limitations as displayed on an IQ test usually occur during the developmental period, which means that problems with intellectual or adaptive functioning were evident during childhood and adolescence. Should such problems occur after the developmental period, the correct diagnosis will be a neurocognitive disorder, usually with a traumatic brain injury being the cause of such a diagnosis. Let's talk about separation anxiety disorder. What is it? Separation anxiety disorder is a disorder in which the child becomes extremely anxious when anticipating to be separated from parents or when separated from their parents. Separation anxiety is prone to children during times of stress, but it does not occur in all children who are under stress. Separation anxiety differs from being clinging to the parent, with these children being preoccupied with thinking about the present fear of separation. They may have nightmares or regular physical complaints. They may not want to go to school or other places. Let us look at the diagnostic criteria for separation anxiety disorder on the next slide. Separation anxiety disorder falls into the anxiety disorders category. The child must display at least 3 of the following diagnostic criteria. when anticipating or experiencing separation from the home or from major attachment figures. Persistent and excessive worry about losing major attachment figures or about possible harm to themselves, such as illness, injury, disasters, or death. Persistent and excessive worry about experiencing an unexpected event, for example, getting lost, being kidnapped, having an accident, or becoming ill, that causes separation from a major attachment figure. Persistent reluctance or refusal to go out, away from home, to school, to work, or elsewhere because of fear of separation. Let's continue with our diagnostic criteria for separation anxiety disorder. Remember, the child must display any three of the 8 criteria listed here. The first criteria is persistent and excessive fear of or reluctance about being alone or without major attachment figures at home or in other settings. Persistent reluctance or refusal to sleep away from home or to go to sleep without being near a major attachment figure. Repeated nightmares involving the theme of separation, and repeated complaints of physical symptoms such as headaches, nausea, or vomiting, when separation from major attachment figures occurs or is anticipated. Please note, the fear, anxiety, or avoidance should be persistent, lasting at least 4 weeks for children and adolescents, and typically 6 months or more for adults. What may some of the causes of separation anxiety be? Let us look at them. Genetics may play a role in developing separation anxiety disorder, and oftentimes separation anxiety disorder can be triggered by life events such as stress or loss that result in separation. These include the illness or death of a loved one, the loss of a pet, the divorce of parents, or moving away and going to school. Certain temperaments are more prone to anxiety disorders than others. A family history of anxiety disorders may also aid in the development of separation anxiety disorder, indicating a genetic risk factor. Finally, any environmental issues such as environmental disasters that involve being separated from the parent may cause the development of separation anxiety disorder. Let us move on to discuss elimination disorders. Elimination disorders comprise encopresis, which is the repeated passage of feces into inappropriate places, and enuresis, which encompasses repeated voiding of urine into inappropriate places. Encopresis usually occurs involuntarily, but it may occasionally happen intentionally. For an encopresis diagnosis to be made, such an event must have occurred at least once a month for at least 3 months. The child must at least be 4 years of age or older. Fecal incontinence must not be due to an organic or general medical condition, and there are 2 subtypes of encopresis, namely encopresis with or without constipation and overflow incontinence. Oftentimes, encopresis results from constipation that produces impactation of the feces. Liquid stool above the impactation then gradually develops sufficient pressure to leak around the impactation, producing overflow incontinence in most cases. Encopresis almost always occurs as a result of constipation, but in very rare cases, it may be an emotional issue on the part of the child. children may become constipated when they are reluctant to go to the toilet, or when toilet training was not successfully completed. Caprices can be frustrating for parents and embarrassing for children. With sensitive parenting and persistence, it can be treated very efficiently by a medical doctor. Our second elimination disorder is enuresis. Let's look at what enuresis is. Enuresis is known as bedwetting during the developmental years. Nocturnal bedwetting occurs at night and is the most common type of enuresis. Daytime wetting is called diurnal enuresis. Some children suffer from either or both of these, wetting themselves at night and during the day. This behavior may or may not be purposeful, indicating that there may be a behavioral problem or a medical problem which may need attention. The symptoms and criteria for diagnosing enuresis include repeated bedwetting, wetting in the clothes, and wetting at least twice per week for approximately 3 months. What are the causes of enuresis? Some causes are physical and some are emotional or psychological. A small bladder may lead to incontinence and ultimately wetting. Persistent urinary tract infections have been said to have an impact on enuresis. Severe stress may cause a child to lose control over their bladder temporarily, and if this stress is addressed, enuresis usually gradually stops. And lastly, developmental delays that interfere with toilet training. When there are developmental delays, a therapist or child psychologist can design an intervention that will successfully assist with the treatment of such delays, toilet training, and ultimately enuresis will be resolved. Let's further continue with enuresis. Voluntary or intentional enuresis may be related to an underlying mental, behavioral, or emotional disorder such as anxiety. Enuresis appears to run in families, suggesting a strong genetic link to the condition. Many children with nocturnal enuresis are described as heavy sleepers who fail to wake up when they have an urge to urinate at night, when their bladders are full. Enuresis is a common childhood problem, and most children outgrow the condition by the time they have reached early adolescence. Class This is the end of the first section of our lesson. Let us now consider some additional disorders that children are often diagnosed with, starting with communication disorders. Students, we are now at the second section of our lesson. We will now commence with discussing communication disorders, autism spectrum disorder, as well as learning disorder. Let's address communication disorders that are diagnosed in childhood. With the launch of the new DSM in 2013, significant changes were made specifically to the category of communication disorders. The DSM-5 now categorizes the following disorders under communication disorders: language disorders, social or pragmatic communication disorder, speech sound disorder, childhood onset fluency disorder or stuttering, and unspecified communication disorder. Let's start with language disorder. According to the DSM-5, to be diagnosed with a language disorder, the child must experience continuous difficulties in acquiring and using language across all modalities due to deficits in the comprehension or production of language. The modalities of language that are affected include spoken, written, and sign language. Also, the language abilities of the child must be substantially lower than those for the child's developmental age. Language disorder can be the consequence of sensory impairment in terms of hearing, intellectual disability, a neurological disorder, or language regression as a cause of autism spectrum disorder. What about social or pragmatic communication disorder? A diagnosis for social communication disorder is indicative of a condition that makes it difficult to talk with and interact socially with other people. The person does not have a problem with speech or the mechanics of language, such as using grammar, but rather, people with social communication disorder communicate in ways that are socially inappropriate. The diagnostic criteria for social communication disorder, according to the DSM-5, include persistent difficulties in the social use of verbal and non-verbal communication, deficits in using communication for social purposes, impairment in the ability to change communication to match context or the needs of the listener.